Horizon, Montana, Weatherby, Colt, SIG, Glock, and so much more. There's only one place in Texas to go. That's South Texas Firearm Headquarters at Mummy's in Hondo, with the largest selection of firearms of all kinds. Long guns, handguns, ARs, they've got them all, and they have them in stock for you today. And of course, a huge selection of accessories. If you're looking for it when it comes to optics or anything else, it's at Mummy's in Hondo. And ammo, well, all the name brands that you know, that you trust, and you love, you're going to find at Mummy's in Hondo. Well, Mummy's has everything. Everything from turtle box speakers to poncho shirts to the best deer corn anywhere and best cattle feed too. They've got it all at Mummy's in Hondo. When you're looking for anything to do with firearms and accessories, you're going to find it at Mummy's in Hondo. Tell them Trey Ware said hello.
The Ramsey Show starts today at 1 on News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071.
If you're thinking of dental implants, have you ever called a dental implant center and asked for a price? A lot of them will offer a free consultation, but that often turns into a sales pitch. Most patients spend more time with the finance department than the doctor, and you're not buying a car, you just want to feel better. At River City Oral Surgery, they do things differently. They believe in health care built on trust, respect, and real patient care by a board-certified oral surgeon and medical doctor who lives here in our community. River City is not part of a corporate chain. There are no sales goals or quotas, no finance department. They even give their prices online at rivercityoms.com or over the phone. The goal is simple: to help patients achieve a healthier, natural, more confident smile. So if you're considering dental implants, you can trust River City Oral Surgery online at rivercityoms.com or 210-778-0002. For a local doctor you can trust River City Oral Surgery.
If you don't care about saving 50% off your wireless bill for the same 5G coverage the big guys are charging a fortune for, maybe you care about keeping jobs in America. Pure Talk does. They've pledged to run their entire operation from this country, including all their customer service. Or maybe you care about our nation's veterans. Pure Talk does. They've donated hundreds of thousands of dollars to America's Warrior Partnership, a fantastic organization working hard to prevent veteran suicide. Or maybe you care about closing America's skills gap. Pure Talk does. They're a proud supporter of MicroWorks. They're helping my foundation train the next generation of skilled workers. Don't get me wrong. Saving money's great, and you'll save plenty with Pure Talk. But if you want to be in business with people who share your values, dial pound 250. Say micro, and switch to an American wireless company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
News, traffic, weather. Stay connected. News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071.
Hi, Trey Ware here. You know, one thing I've learned over the years is when it comes to your home, it pays to work with people you know and trust locally. And that's exactly why I recommend Alamo Water Softeners. They're a local company right here in our community, helping families across San Antonio and South Texas deal with our tough, hard water. And right now, they're running a great special. When you purchase a select water care system, Alamo will include a free reverse osmosis drinking water system. That means cleaner, great tasting drinking water right from your kitchen tap. These water care systems are designed, assembled, and tested in the USA, built specifically for hard Texas water and backed with a strong warranty. Hard water can be tough on your home, damaging pipes, wearing out appliances, and leaving spots on everything. A whole home system from Alamo helps protect your home and gives your family better water every day. So if you've been thinking about improving your water, start with a free water analysis. Call my friends at Alamo Water Softeners or visit alamowatersofteners.com. Alamo Water Softeners, your local trusted water care dealer. Water you can trust for the people you love.
This is Mark Sadowski for Mark Sadowski Jewelers. Did Grandma leave you a ring that was her style but not your style? There's a good chance she bought the ring from my family at Joski's. The diamonds and gems are top quality, but the style is outdated. Sadowski family has been taking raw materials and creating fine jewelry for over 90 years. We strive to make it stylish, but styles change. We're proficient at creating jewelry that you like. That's our forte. We can make a ring into a pendant or a bracelet into a ring. You already own the expensive parts and you're not enjoying them. Let Mark Sadowski Jewelers help. We can't bring Grandma back, but we can help you remember her. Remember, yesterday's gems are not like leftover pizza. They're good for an eternity to use and enjoy. Mark Sadowski Jeweler, a family tradition in San Antonio for 90 years on Northwest Military Highway. Call us at 210-377-1818. That's 210-377-1818.
San Antonio's conservative superstation. News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071.
Well, it's done, and we love it. Hey, Trey Ware here for Texas Rhino Shield, and they have completed the project at the warehouse, and we absolutely love it. You know, Anthony came out. He spent several hours with us explaining the entire process, looking at our home, making all the measurements, and then talking about a few repair things that they needed to do. And then their guys came out, and man, when they hit it, they were great. The first thing they did was they gave the whole home a bath. They cleaned it up really well, did a few minor carpentry repairs, and then applied the Texas Rhino Shield. We love the color. We love the contrast with the brick. We love everything about the Rhino Shield. You know what's the best part? It's guaranteed for 25 years. I won't ever have to do anything as far as paint is concerned to the warehouse again. I love that about Texas Rhino Shield. Right now, you can take $2,500 off when you mention Trey Ware when you log on to TexasRhinoShield.com. You're going to love the way your home looks and feels and is protected with Texas Rhino Shield at TexasRhinoShield.com.
Rhino Shield.
It's not paint.
This is San Antonio's news, traffic, and weather station.
KTSA.
It's 6 o'clock, KTSA San Antonio. I'm Christian Blood. Severe weather possible later today, but the chances in the hill country are better than they are in the Alamo City. We'll get a look at what's headed up coming up in KTSA AccuWeather. Vice President J.D. Vance says the success of peace talks between the U.S. and Iran is up to Iran. On Monday, Vance said the two sides made progress after meeting in Pakistan over the weekend, but ultimately Iranian officials refused to agree to too many critical issues vital to President Trump. Some of those included the surrender of all enriched uranium to the U.S. That's what's needed to make nuclear weapons. The U.S. is maintaining a blockade off the coast of Iran as we speak. 2 U.S. representatives announcing their resignation from Congress. One is Democrat Eric Swalwell of California. He's accused of sexual misconduct, and that's also what ended his campaign for governor.
Democrats were beginning to line up behind him, particularly labor, and he just got blown out of the water by this episode.
Democrat strategist Steve Mavliglio. Texas Republican Tony Gonzales also announced his retirement Monday. He's admitted to having an affair with a staffer who later committed suicide. There's more on that story on the front page at KTSA.com. San Antonio police investigating the shooting death of a woman at a home on the northwest side. Officers were called to the home around 12:30 Monday afternoon, and when they showed up on Donaldson Avenue, they found a 44-year-old woman dead. They say she'd been shot multiple times. Investigators say the call came from the homeowner who told police they had been told by a relative a shooting had happened inside the house. So far, there's no word on who the suspect is. Police are also trying to figure out the motive. Magicians Penn and Teller are trying to help one man get off of death row in the state of Texas.
Charles Flores, who had an alibi, was convicted of capital murder thanks to a witness who was hypnotized by law enforcement.
When most people hear the circumstances that led to Mr. Flores' conviction and death sentence, they are astounded.
That is Robin Maher with the Death Penalty Information Center saying that Penn and Teller are experts on hypnosis and praise that decision to get involved. The pair's friend of the court brief shows that hypnosis is not scientific and accused the cops of exploiting the practice, which has since been banned in Texas. John Cruz, KTSA News.
KTSA News Time 6:02. Let's get with Rob Thompson right here, KTSA Sports.
In the NBA, the Spurs find out who they're going to play tonight in the playoffs, so the play-ins begin. The Spurs will take on the winner of the 7 versus 8 matchup, which is Portland and Phoenix. Tip-off in Phoenix is set for 9 o'clock local. The first game of the night will be the 9-10 matchup in the East as the Hornets welcome in the Miami Heat to Charlotte for a 6:30 tip. In other NBA news, Doc Rivers is out in Milwaukee as he and the Bucks have mutually parted ways after a 32-50 season and an irate and confused Giannis. The Bucks missed the playoffs for the first time in 9 seasons. I'm Rob Thompson for 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
KTSA Time Saver Traffic and a look at KTSA AccuWeather up next, 550 KTSA and FM 107.1.
Dave Ramsey here. When your AC quits, the plumbing backs up, or something electrical goes sideways, you need straight answers. That's why I recommend Champion Home Services. They handle heating, air conditioning, plumbing, and electrical. One company with no pressure and no games or upselling. Just honesty and clear pricing before anything starts. You see the purple Champion trucks and their belt buckle logo all over town. Champion believes in doing things the right way the first time. They show up on time, respect your home, they respect your money, and they do the work like professionals should, helping you sleep better at night. So when you need reliable AC, plumbing, and electrical help from people you can trust, call Champion Home Services at 210-528-1604 or go to championac.com. Trustworthy, Texas proud home services, championac.com. And tell them Dave Ramsey sent you.
It's time to improve your home, slow it down, and do it right. Choose a company worthy of your trust and worthy of your family. For windows, siding, and doors, call or visit southwestexteriors.com. Southwest Exteriors, the look you love coming home to.
Nothing I hate in the car business more than a bunch of damn liars. That's why I created GiveMeTheVIN.com. Go to Give Me the VIN, put in your license plate number, we'll buy your car. We do what we say we're going to do when we say we're going to do it without a bunch of games. We come to you with a check or pay off your payoff. Look at what people have had to say about GiveMeTheVIN.com. It's real. It's here. We're the Amazon now of car buyers, and we want to buy yours.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVIN.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
KTSA News brought to you by Stevens Roofing.
KTSA News Time 6:05 on the dot. Let's see what's happening with KTSA Time Saver traffic.
Good morning. As you head into your commute, mostly road work could possibly slow you down. 35 northbound, 1604 to Olympia Parkway. Now a 20-minute ride, and it's got you slow starting right around O'Connor. Southbound 35 before you get to 1604. That's a 10-minute ride, slow from FM 3009. On 35 southbound, Randolph to 410, a bit slow from Judson. And I-10 eastbound approaching Fulton, that road work in the left lane. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA Time Saver Traffic.
After a cloudy start, clouds and sun this afternoon, breezy and humid, the high of 85. Still breezy and humid tonight. It'll be cloudy with a thunderstorm in spots late. Warm, the low only 70 along the Riverwalk and 66 in the Hill Country. An afternoon and evening thunderstorm for Wednesday, a high of 84. I'm meteorologist Jason Catarina with your KTSA Stevens Roofing AccuWeather forecast.
Right now, looking at cloudy skies, temperature 71 degrees, San Antonio's severe weather station. I'm Christian Blood. Stay connected with News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071.
News Talk 550 KTSA.
And panic is now struck into the hearts of many people as they realize they have one more day to get everything done before the tax man cometh.
Oh, yeah.
That's tomorrow. So you got one more day. You got today to get it done before the tax man cometh. Well, so Eric Swalwell's out, and we got a whole bunch of stuff on Eric Swalwell. Tony Gonzales is going to, quote, retire. Okay. Now, I'm going to talk about that because there are two things that we need to make sure that we talk about a lot concerning these guys. First of all, Tony Gonzales is retiring after having an affair, allegedly, with a woman who then burned herself to death over the affair, allegedly. Okay? All right. So retirement versus quitting Congress. He's been in Congress for 5 years. I looked it up. 5 years he's been in Congress.
Right.
What that means is he's now eligible to receive the retirement, the benefits, and all the other goodies that they get. And the same thing is true with Eric Swalwell. The only way that they can be disqualified from the goodies and the benefits and the retirement and all that good stuff that they get is if they are convicted of doing something out of the out of what their job is supposed to be. In other words, if they violate some sort of secrecy and they're convicted on violating some secrecy. It's a question as to whether or not if they violate a crime, if they committed a crime, let's just say rape of a woman, it's still a question as to whether or not they get their pension or not. So, look, we need to stop that. That nonsense needs to end, and the nonsense of this slush fund needs to end. So Tony Gonzales, he didn't say when he's going to leave. He just said when we get back into session tomorrow, which is today, I'm going to retire from Congress. I'm going to submit my letter of retirement, not of resignation, just retirement. I'm leaving at the end of my term.
Well, I was reading about that, how they both still get their pensions. You know, I mean, that's great. I think arrogant people, I think these guys, they get into these positions and nothing happens to them. They engage in really bad behavior. and they still get the payoff at the end, man. I mean, that's how does this work?
Where did you read that? Because I'm going to look that up myself.
What's that?
You said you read about it.
Oh,
Where
I
did
don't
you
know. It was a Fox article about Gonzalez, about his pension, and somebody was complaining that he's still going to get it.
I did a video on that this morning. I didn't see the Fox article. I want to see how they put it, because I want to see if they claim that he's going to be able to get this if he's convicted of anything down the road.
It didn't get into it
Didn't
that
get into
deep.
that?
It was just a comment by somebody, one of his colleagues, or it's not a colleague, somebody they asked. He's still going to get his pension. It wasn't anything in depth.
Well, they shouldn't.
Right.
They should
Oh,
not.
I agree.
And especially when Eric Swalwell is facing what could be potentially some very serious criminal charges here. I'm going to play some sound this morning from all of this. But Anna Paulina Luna laid it out last night on the Jesse Show. And she also tweeted it, and I put it up on the X account this morning. She wants to know who was behind the camera in that video where he's making out or mugging or forcing his mouth on the mouth of that woman. And, of course, Jesse had to say what we all have to say in this business that has not been confirmed. Right. It is a real video or not. We don't know if it's a real video, blah, blah, blah. And Paulina Luna said, it's a real video. I have been briefed on this, and I have also been told and briefed that was a minor female that was filming that.
Right.
So Mr. Swalwell just could have some very serious trouble, because the women are supposed to speak today. There's going to be one of them's going to have a press conference today. But also this morning at 6:30 on CBS, this is supposed to transpire.
The fact that he has now dropped out of the governor's race and resigned from Congress, is that justice in your view?
No, it's just the beginning. It's just the very beginning. And I know personally that we're not walking away from this fight.
For me, justice won't be until he can't ever harm a woman ever again, and he has faced the consequences for the women that he has harmed.
I think in regards to the governor's race, he never should have ran for governor to begin with, knowing the kind of history and receipts that are out there. So that's a non-starter. And then in terms of Congress, I think he absolutely should have resigned. I think we just prevented another 30 to 40 years potentially of him harming people if he were to stay in Congress.
Anika Albrecht, Ali Samarco, and influencer Cheyenne Hunt, they are all going to be on CBS this morning talking about what Eric Swalwell did to them.
Well, I mean, think about what she's saying there. Okay, he knows all of this stuff. He knows what he's done, and yet he still chose to run, which tells you what? That he absolutely felt it wasn't going to affect him. You don't embark upon something like that unless you think you're going to skate on by. And I think Gonzalez and Swalwell are just the tip of the iceberg, just like corruption and fraud, as we're starting to figure out. We talk about it. We've been talking about it for years. They have a slush fund to pay people off. This is the tip of the iceberg. There's all kinds of people, I bet you, who are doing all kinds of bad stuff.
We're just repeating ourselves there, because that's what we've said over and over again.
Yeah.
This is the culture that they live in. It's also the culture in Hollywood. This is the culture that these guys live in. They are protected, and they're protected by the likes of Nancy Pelosi. Here she is, absolutely lying to the camera.
Some Republicans and others are saying that Democrats turned kind of a blind eye, that they knew what he was up to
No,
or
it's
what
not
the
true.
allegations
That is absolutely positive. And it's true that they may say that, but it is absolutely not
You
true.
had no idea.
None whatsoever. None whatsoever. I had none whatsoever.
She knows she's lying because they told her what was going on. The FBI briefed her on what was going on 8 years ago.
Right.
This is nothing new for Swalwell.
No,
they knew
it's
this.
Certainly not. You're hearing that all over the place. It was an open secret. I just wonder how many other folks are involved in bad behavior that's an open secret. I think this is the general swampiness. Again, I connect it to the corruption. I think these people live at a level where they feel they can do anything they want and nothing bad is going to happen to them because, well, nothing bad ever happens to them. How do you set up multi-layered operations of corruption to enrich yourself and amass for yourself a vast fortune? How do you routinely abuse women, allegedly, and nothing ever happens to you? It's all the same thing. It's the same swamp.
Dana Bash over on CNN wanted to bring Trump into this and accuse him also of being a sexual predator.
That's something I've heard you saying since Eric Swalwell, since the allegations came out, that he is still denying You have said that it's sickening that Democrats endorsed him when you allege this behavior was an open secret and they all knew about it. I don't, maybe you have. I haven't seen any proof of that people knowing about allegations that he raped people. But that is.
Dana, it's on your own network. I played it on this show. I played it on this show yesterday. It's on your own network, Dana, and you haven't seen allegations.
As I mentioned, you got the endorsement of President Trump. He was, of course, found liable in a civil suit of sexual abuse and bragged about grabbing women by the you-know-what. You're okay accepting that, but clearly upset about the allegations of Eric Swalwell?
So it just circles right back to President Trump. Well, okay. Let's go back to the Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton days because Hillary felt like it's okay for guys to do this and not face any repercussions. She was asked that specific question. If a guy who is a superior over a staffer has a relationship with that staffer, is that okay?
In retrospect, do you think Bill should have resigned in the wake of the Monica Lewinsky scandal?
Absolutely not.
It wasn't an abuse of power?
No.
There are people who look at the incidents of the 90s and they say a president of the United States cannot have a consensual relationship with an intern. The power imbalance is too
Who was
great.
an adult.
She was an adult. That was her answer. That was in 2016.
Right.
All right, we'll take a quick break. More Ware and Rima coming up at River City Oral Surgery. Let me tell you something. If you want to take a look at full mouth implants, this is a great time to do so with River City Oral Surgery and Dr. Mark Abercorn. If your doctor or your dentist has referred you to go to a surgeon to take a look at these full mouth implants because you need that or you need dentures or something like that the dentist has told you about because you have failing teeth, missing or broken teeth or whatever, you don't have to go to where your dentist sends you. You can go anywhere you want to, and you don't need a referral to go to Dr. Havercorn at River City Oral Surgery. What you get there is clear and upfront pricing, okay? Low pricing, no high-pressure sales, no games and no gimmicks there. All services are provided by expert specialists at River City Oral Surgery, like, anesthesia. It's provided by a medical anesthesiologist. The other guys don't do that. And none of the other surgeons at the implant centers are work in hospitals. They don't have hospital privileges. Dr. Havercorn does. In fact, if you ever have to go to the hospital for something that those other guys did, you're going to see Dr. Havercorn because he's the guy, the surgeon, the oral surgeon that's working at the hospitals. He's the guy that's got it all together for teeth to go in like implants or teeth to come out like wisdom teeth. There's only one place to go, and that's River City Oral Surgery. Log online today, see all the prices, see all the procedures, rivercityoms.com. Going to be clouds and sun, breezy and humid today with a high near 87. Right now, 71. KTSA.
Good morning. As you head into your commute, mostly road work could possibly slow you down. 35 northbound, 1604 to Olympia Parkway. Now a 20-minute ride, and it's got you slow starting right around O'Connor. Southbound 35 before you get to 1604. That's a 10-minute ride, slow from FM 3009. On 35 southbound, Randolph to 410, a bit slow from Judson. And I-10 eastbound approaching Fulton, that road work in the left lane. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA Time Saver Traffic.
This is the greatest movement in the history of our country.
A movement of news and talk.
And it's just starting.
News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071.
Well, tomorrow's my day. I'm going to Evolve Medical Group. Evolve Medical. I'm just going in for a quick checkup tomorrow and see Rodney and the team over there. You know what? I feel so good these days. I had pain. I had consistent pain for the longest time, having a limited movement, tough time getting around. But when I started to see my friends over at Evolve Medical Group, they fixed all that for me. Now, I'm not perfect, and I have, issues with hips and knees and ankles and also football stuff, race car stuff and all that for over the years. But they have really got me moving like I haven't moved in years. I feel so good. I'm back working in the yard, doing things that I haven't done in a long time. And in fact, I've been invited to get back into a race car, and I'm seriously considering doing so. Evolve Medical Group, what a great group over there. They do PRP, they do stem cells, they do hormone replacement, they do weight loss with or without GLP-1 medications. Man, they can do it all for you, including primary care, and I've brought them on as my primary physicians as well at Evolve Medical Group. So if you want to feel and look your absolute best, no matter what your age, no matter what your condition, I got a place for it. It's called Evolve Medical Group. Check them out today at evolvemedgroup.com.
Hey, it's Sean. If your AC is struggling, my friends at John Wayne can help you fast. Call John Wayne for HVAC, plumbing, and electrical. One company for the whole house. You get straight answers and clear options with no pressure. Now, if you think you need a new AC system, get a free estimate from John Wayne. Especially if another company told you that you need a big repair or a full replacement, get a free second opinion from John Wayne. A second opinion can save you from replacing a system you might not need to replace. Plus, a free estimate helps you compare your options and make a smart decision. John Wayne can inspect your system, explain what's going on, and tell you what makes the most sense. They handle AC repairs and full replacements every day here in San Antonio. So call my friends at John Wayne or book an appointment online. Either way, it's easy to get on the schedule, and you can see these great coupon offers plus other current deals on the John Wayne website. Click coupons for details. Call them up today, 210-293-6700, or look them up online at johnwayne.com.
For victims of drunk and drug driving, our grief is unique. But you are not alone. You always have a place at MAD. Call our 24-hour victim helpline at 877-MAD-HELP or visit mad.org.
Right now, with the purchase of a Connecticut, you receive a free reverse osmosis drinking station at your kitchen sink. Call Connecticut and tell them Dave Ramsey sent you.
Guests of Ware and Rima appear via the Stevens Roofing Newsmaker Hotline.
And it's 6:21. It is Tuesday, April 14th. Ware and Rima, KTSA.
Well, there's a lot to get to, but I want to focus in on a small story, kind of a small story, but it's reflective of what we're talking about here, because what we're talking about with Swalwell, what we're talking about with Gonzales is really the swamp, that there really are two Americas. Because if you look at it from this perspective, well, that's pretty.
Yeah.
Was that my mind? If you're engaging in what is alleged of a guy like Swalwell, Eric Swalwell, okay, you and I wouldn't get away with that in the private sector for as long as apparently, allegedly, he did. Okay, that went on. I mean, this is something that's been people are saying, claiming was an open secret for quite a while. But again, as we said, he obviously didn't think anything bad was going to ever happen to him. We mentioned Bill Clinton. Again, another guy, elitist, part of the system, part of the establishment. Nothing bad's ever going to happen to me. Okay? The little people have to live a different way than we do. We have to abide by different laws than they do. We're not held accountable like the little people are. And you see this in kind of a comic way with Justin Trudeau and Katy Perry at Coachella, where in 2019 he made this big deal about banning one-use, only one-use plastics and plastic cups and crap like that. Guy's rocking out of Coachella with his new girlfriend, drinking out of plastic cups. Again, not a huge story and kind of a joke because he's a freaking joke, but it represents what we're talking about here. Again, I tie it back to the corruption that we're seeing across the country. We're now starting to figure out there really are two Americas. There are two worlds, and the emergence of Donald Trump on the global scene since he came down that escalator has been dragging all this crap out into the light. The elites of this planet, not just here, live in a different reality than the rest of us, and they expect to be left alone. They expect to be protected. They expect. Now, what happened with Swalwell, as we were saying yesterday, is he became a liability. So obviously they had to take him out, and he had provided them with a very easy way to do that by his own behavior. But he allegedly did engage in this for quite some time, which illustrates a level of arrogance that I think they all live in. All of them. Mm-hmm. And that's why, and Trump is busting that bubble wide open by his very freaking existence.
So you have it above the waterline and below the waterline. So above the waterline would be somebody like Eric Swalwell, who is told, I'm quite sure behind the scenes, hey, we got the receipts on you, as the girls called it. We have the story. And if you don't go out there and bash Trump every chance you get,
right.
I've got all kinds of sound of him bashing Trump and everybody else for sexual stuff and blah, blah, blah. If you don't do that, then we're going to just bust this wide open. And they had to bust it open for what Nolte talked about, and everybody else picked up on it too. I saw it all over Fox yesterday, that they needed to eliminate him so that you could have a Democrat run
right.
for the governorship. In the Epstein case, it was under the waterline where they were doing the same thing to these guys. They were blackmailing these guys and saying, "I got the tape of you with these little girls."
Well, that's again the methane
Correct.
gas of the swamp. It's not just that people get to live however they want to live without any repercussions. There's all kinds of leverage behind the scenes to get people to do what you want them to do because of their own behavior.
That's how it works. And so, and that's been going on forever. We've been talking about this for decades, really, because when you look, you can look all the way back to John F. Kennedy and his dalliances in the White House and how they covered that stuff up, held that over his head, and eventually cost him his life. But you could go on and look at so many of these other guys that this has been going on forever and ever. And the only way you end it is that we have to end it. We have to be the ones to say, no more slush fund. We have to be the ones who take back our government and put people in there that won't do this kind of stuff.
Well, I agree.
Oh,
I mean, whether or not that's going to happen or not, I don't know, because as we also point out, unfortunately, a lot of people are low info or they're affected by, social media, and they don't have a lot of working knowledge of this stuff. If you're getting your news from certain sources, you're getting an entirely different story about Swalwell and anything else.
Well, and it goes back to the story that we talked about a lot yesterday, and that is, thank God Elon purchased Twitter, because otherwise you wouldn't know it.
No.
This stuff would never be in the news. It wouldn't be a big deal. Nobody would bring it up. It would just be done with. So I'm glad that people like Anna Paulina Luna are there, because she's exposing a lot of this stuff. Nancy Mace is exposing a lot of this stuff, and hopefully they'll keep it up.
At the end of the day, one of the promises he truly does have to keep is draining the swamp utterly. I mean, I agree with you. We've talked about Pam Bondi. Now it's so second nature, right? Pam Bondi. That you really have to clean that swamp out and start arresting people who are guilty of actual crimes. And until that happens, there's going to be a certain layer of that elite population that's just going to continue.
Well, and that's one of the reasons she's gone, is that she was not moving fast enough.
Right.
They have a very short window here, and they know they have a short window, and she wasn't moving fast enough. I don't think Blanche is going to move any faster because he's part of the problem. He is one of them.
Sure.
So I don't think anything else is going to come of this. Even, Tulsi. Tulsi's doing an incredible job. She exposed Barack Hussein for leading the entire Crossfire Hurricane thing, trying to depose a sitting, duly elected president with Crossfire Hurricane.
Right.
That was Barack Hussein Obama who did that. She exposed it. She gave the receipts. Nothing happened. She did the same thing yesterday on the impeachment of Donald John Trump. I'm going to talk about this later, but she did the same thing yesterday, brought the receipts, showed that this was a collusion, an out-and-out collusion to remove him from office, a coup, an actual coup in the United States of America, and nothing has been done. Nothing, not one thing. And until we get people in place that are willing to do something about it, it continues.
Well, he was talking up Todd Blanche yesterday when he was asked about it. I mean, that doesn't mean that Todd's going to stay in that position, but when he came up, he was talking glowingly of him. As having worked with him for years. That's Trump.
He does that a lot.
And, it is kind of, on top of everything else, you got Swalwell, you got Gonzales dropping out or resigning. And then you also have the aforementioned Katy Perry being, Ruby Rose, who is an actor. I don't know much about her.
It's a horrible story.
But she's now saying that Katy Perry allegedly sexually assaulted her 20 years ago in a really icky way, if that's true.
Horrible.
But isn't it weird how, on top of these two dudes, their, alleged bad behavior being revealed, you also have accusations against Katy freaking Perry.
And I don't know if they're true or not, but they're not gender specific. So there's plenty.
Apparently.
No, they're not. They're not. All right,
Wow.
quick break. Let me tell you about my friends over in Hondo, and that's Mummies in Hondo, where you can go for the finest and best and largest firearm dealer in South Texas. That's right. They are South Texas firearm headquarters at Mummies in Hondo. That's where you're going to find more firearms, more accessories for firearms. You're going to find the top name brands and ammo for firearms as well, whether it's tactical shooting, whether it's sports shooting, or whether it's hunting. They got you covered over at Mummies with everything from Weatherby to Colt to SIG to Glock and Horizon to Montana. All the big names are right there at Mummies and Hondo. They even have the turtle box speakers that I've got friends that have dumped them off their truck, and it doesn't hurt them at all. They seem to be virtually indestructible. And then poncho shirts, which come right out of San Antonio, right over here at Alamo Heights. Let's say they got it all. So if you're looking for the latest in deer corn, or if you're looking for the latest in firearms, there's only one place to go. Go to Hondo, Mummies in Hondo.
Every leader feels the pressure to do AI, but rushing in leads to leaks and wasted budget. Bridgehead IT starts with a full AI assessment to secure your data and find where AI actually moves the needle. Stop guessing. Lead with confidence at bridgeheadit.com.
Texas Rhino Shield on your home. It not only beautifies your home, it protects your home. Simply Paint will not do it. Paint lasts about 3 to 5 years, but Rhino Shield, no. Rhino Shield, it's warranted for 25 years. When you put Rhino Shield on your home, you just forget about it. And it's 9 times thicker than paint, so it looks fantastic. It's a ceramic coating. It helps with a little bit more insulation of your home because it's thicker. That's why I put it on the garage doors as well. And I got to tell you, it goes on, and just you'll be amazed at the beauty of your home once Rhino Shield is on there. And I've painted a lot of homes in my day, and I can tell you, I haven't seen a paint job that looks like Rhino Shield does. And it's tough. So the sun's UV rays, that's what we deal with the most here in South Texas. Your home's protected against that. 25 years. It won't crack, chip, fade, or peel. You can just take that to the bank. In fact, take $2,500 off when you mention Trey Ware when you log on for your free home inspection at Texas Rhino Shield, TexasRhinoShield.com.
What are you doing every day to support your liver? If you enjoy sweets, fast food, alcohol, or take any medications, that's a vital question to ask. Hi, I'm Sherry Torkas, pharmacist and health author. For over 30 years, I've helped people make informed decisions about their health, especially concerning prevention and long-term wellness. Supporting your liver isn't just a wellness trend, it's a daily essential. That's why I recommend Active Liver by New Nordic. It's made with plant-based ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and globe artichoke, herbs clinically studied for their protective and restorative effects on the liver. Active Liver blends traditional herbal wisdom with modern scientific research. Not all supplements are created equal. I trust Active Liver because it's backed by science, meets strict quality standards, and delivers true daily liver support.
Active Liver is available online at Amazon or newnordicusa.com, or you can find it in stores at CVS, Meijer Grocery, Wegmans, and now Active Liver is available at your local GNC.
Eddie, why are you lounging in the backyard wearing sandals and sipping iced tea like you just checked into a fancy resort?
Naomi, it feels great out here.
You work so hard, Eddie. I'm glad to see you finally taking a minute for yourself.
Naomi, with our custom patio covers from Precision Windows and Doors, our backyard does indeed feel like a resort. Shade overhead, a comfortable breeze, no blazing sun. The window guy just needed a short break with his Patio Princess, huh?
Patio Princess? I like the sound of that.
Folks, with the patio cover from Precision Windows and Doors, your backyard starts feeling like a true extension of your home. A place to relax, unwind, and actually enjoy. Morning coffee outside, dinner with the sunset, and long weekend naps.
Elegant, durable patio covers built for comfort, built for style, and built for Texas weather. So if you're ready to create an outdoor space that feels comfortable, inviting, and truly custom, call Precision Windows and Doors at 210-596-6588.
Or PrecisionWindowsSA.com.
Let's brighten up your home together.
KTSA News brought to you by Stevens Roofing.
Another round of peace talks between the U.S. and Iran could be on the way, but until then, the U.S. Navy is blocking all Iranian ports. Reaction continues after 2 U.S. reps from Texas and California announced they're stepping down. And a husband whose wife is missing in the Bahamas is now free. No charges being filed, at least for right now. We got more on these stories and others on the way. 7 o'clock, KTSA News Time, 6:33.
Good morning. Looks like an 18-wheeler accident. This report sponsored by Mothers Against Drunk Driving. This is on the far east side of town on I-10 eastbound, FM 1516. 18-wheeler accident, right lane block just occurred, so just a little bit of a delay from right around Foster Road. We've got road work on the northeast side causing delays. 35 northbound, 1604 up to Olympia Parkway. Southbound 35, 1604, some road work as well. And I-10 eastbound approaching Fulton, northwest side, that road work in the left lane. For victims of drunk and drug driving, your grief is unique, but you're not alone. You always have a place at MAD. Call the 24-hour victim helpline, 877-MADD-HELP or MADD.org. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA, Time Saver Traffic.
Breezy, warm, and humid with a mix of clouds and sun this afternoon, the high 85. A thunderstorm in spots late tonight. Warm to the low, just 70 along the Riverwalk and 66 in the Hill Country. Clouds and sun with an afternoon and evening thunderstorm Wednesday, a high of 84. I'm meteorologist Jason Catarina with your KTSA Stevens Roofing AccuWeather forecast.
Right now, 71 degrees at San Antonio's severe weather station. I'm Christian Blood. Stay connected with News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071.
6:34. We are Ware and Rima, KTSA. So Iran is now accusing the U.S. of piracy.
I saw piracy. Arr. Arr.
For closing the Strait of Hormuz, and it became clear yesterday. What I was saying yesterday morning became clear throughout the day. The president is doing this to involve the world. I mentioned China yesterday, but this is going to get the entire world, and it's going to get the attention. It's already got the attention of the Iranians because nothing is going or coming, and their whole everything concerning their economy goes through the Strait of Hormuz. And if it doesn't go in or come out through the Strait of Hormuz, they don't either get it or they can't sell it.
Right.
And the primary thing that they can't sell right now is oil. 100 tankers are coming to Texas. They're on their way here to fill up. We're going to turn on the spigot out of Texas, right down there in Corpus Christi. We're going to have those tankers pull up, and we're going to start jacking them full of oil and sending them out around the world.
Well, just to toss in real quick, because I know we were talking about this yesterday, in the way it's being reported, it's not a full blockade. He's blocking all the Iranian ports.
Correct.
So nothing can come in and out of those ports.
That is correct.
Right.
Which means Iran cannot ship oil out, primarily like to China, who buys 90% of their oil, but they also can't receive anything in. Right. So this is all about strong-arming Iran, but it also brings the entire world into this. And, you got Starmer and the stupids over there in Europe. Well, we're going to help after the conflict is over. And Trump's like, I don't need you after the conflict is over. I need you now. We need to get some people to open up the Strait of Hormuz. So he said, you know what? If it's not all, it's nothing. And he's right. And again, yesterday he was asked after picking up his DoorDash delivery. he was asked, well, a man's got to have his McDonald's.
Oh my God!
And so he was asked about the conflict, and this is what he said.
Over nuclear, very similar. Yeah, very good. I guess you're listening. It's over the fact that they will never have a nuclear weapon. Iran, you marking it down? Iran will not have a nuclear weapon, and we agreed to a lot of things, but they didn't agree to that. And I think they will agree to it. I'm almost sure of it. In fact, I am sure of it. If they don't agree, there's no deal. There'll never be a deal. Iran will not have a nuclear weapon, and we're going to get the dust back. We'll get it back. Either we'll get it back from them or we'll take it.
And so it's buried underneath all the stuff that we blew up, and this is what J.D. Vance was talking about yesterday. We need to be able to go in, and we need to be able to get that stuff. Here's the vice president.
If you see what Foreign Minister Arachi said, yes, there's a little bit of bluster. But if you read between the lines, he himself is saying that we were just inches away from an agreement. And I think that what that suggests is the Iranians, one, they're very interested in making a deal. Two, they did move pretty close to our position over the stage of the negotiations. But one thing I'll say, Brett, is Iranians are very different negotiators. At least those Iranians were very different negotiators than we are in the United States. What I did and what Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff did is that we made very clear, look, these are the things that we're willing to give, but these are the things that we must have. We must have the enriched material out of Iran. We must have their conclusive commitment to not develop a nuclear weapon. And I think that if the Iranians are willing to meet us there, then this can be a very, very good deal for both countries.
And that's where it's hinging right now. That list that I ran through yesterday here about what he had given them, don't do this, don't do that, this, that, and the other, it boils down to two things. Remember, Donald Trump is doing two things here. Number one, bad cop, good cop. So he's the bad cop. He's shutting down the Strait of Hormuz. The good cop is J.D. Vance over there saying, you know what, I have some room on this. Knowing, again, Donald Trump, art of the deal, you swing for the fences, he sends J.D. in with that 6-point list. This is what we have to have, knowing that 4 of those points can be tossed, meaning we're going to get down to we want the uranium and you cannot enrich again. That's it.
Right.
If we get to that point, then we're good. And that's where Iran is right now. They want another meeting by Thursday.
I saw that. They're suddenly wanting to meet again pretty quickly. It's also about the Strait, though, right? Because they've been blackmailing ships going through there. And the way I was reading this over the weekend, that doesn't most of Europe get most of their oil as well from Iran, or a sizable chunk of it? Because what I was seeing over the weekend is that he's also positioning the United States. If we start pulling out of NATO, or NATO and the United Nations really have no effect on us at this point under the Trump administration, and we solve all these conflicts, but ultimately we are self-sufficient. We're the world's biggest gas station. He was talking about we produce more than Russia and I forget who it was, Iran combined or
Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia. That we are positioned to, in a sense, be the world's superpower, not just in the Western Hemisphere, but the whole world, because we'll control, to a certain extent, the flow of energy. Meanwhile, we're pulling out of all these international organizations. It's going to be a powerhouse. I mean, I agree with you that he's pulling the fangs out of Iran as far as any kind of nuclear program, but he's also positioning America to be, as far as economically, it's going to be amazing.
Well, that's what we were talking about yesterday, how he's gone. And his first step, if you remember, his first step in all this was going and getting Maduro and the oil out of Venezuela. Because that gives us the pad that we need to be able to say, okay, we don't need you guys. And the fact of the matter is, like I said last half hour, 100 tankers are coming here right now to Texas. And they're going to pull up, and we're going to fill them up, and they're going to go back out there, and they're going to find out real quick that they don't need Iran, they don't need Saudi Arabia, they don't need all these other countries where we have, in the New World Order, capitulated to the Middle East and said, you know what, we'll let you provide all the energy for the entire world. We'll do technology and all those kinds of things. Donald Trump doesn't think that way. He's on a much grander scale. He wants the United States to control it all.
Oh, absolutely.
We have to lead AI, we have to lead weapons, and certainly we have to lead energy production for the entire world. That's what he's doing. And the man said about this last time he was president.
Oh, yeah. And what happens ultimately as a result of that as well? World peace to a certain extent. I mean, you actually bring about a new layer of civility that maybe planet Earth hasn't seen in quite some time. If America is the leader in AI, in energy, and all this stuff we're talking about, man, it's really breathtaking.
Well, that's why this is impossible while those guys are in charge of that country. Because as long as they run the country over there, their religion tells them they have to destroy Israel and the United States. This is not an economic thing for Iran. This is not a world order thing for Iran. This is a religious zealotry. I'm not talking about the people in Iran. I'm talking about the regime, the people who make the decisions over there. And that's why you have to have regime change over there in order to get the rest of the world to fall in line. That's been part of the thing with Vladimir Putin all along. They produce a lot of oil up there as well in Russia. You have most people in this country. I went through the polling yesterday. I mentioned it on the air yesterday, how most people in America are in favor of what Donald Trump is doing with Iran, except for Democrats, except for the media, because they're going to, whatever he does, they're going to pick the opposite.
Right.
But Tom Friedman is a far left, leftist, liberal commie who's been writing for the New York Times for a very long time. Everybody knows Tom Friedman. At least he was honest enough in this interview to say to Michael Smirnoff, look, here's the deal. I'm good with what Trump is doing. I want this done to Iran. I just don't want Trump to do it. Here he is on the show.
Yeah, I find myself, Michael, in a situation where I really want to see Iran defeated militarily, because this regime is a terrible regime for its people in the region, and nothing would improve the region more than the replacement of this regime with a regime in Iran that was focused on enabling its people to realize their full potential and integrating peacefully with other countries and stop occupying Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, and Yemen. So I'm all for that. The problem is I really don't want to see Bibi Netanyahu or Donald Trump politically strengthened by this war, because they are two awful human beings.
So I'm great. I'm good with what's happening here. We're doing the right stuff. It's just Donald Trump is doing it. I don't want Donald Trump to be strengthened by this because I hate him so much.
So
that's the Democrat position right there.
He's fine with this regime continuing to exist as long as getting rid of it doesn't help Donald Trump politically and Bibi Netanyahu. I mean, wrap your mind around that.
That's
man.
Tom Friedman.
That's an amazing statement.
But he represents most Democrats.
Oh, yeah.
We're for this. We think this is a great idea. We'd love for this to happen. It's just Donald Trump is doing it, so we can't have Donald Trump have a win here.
Well, I mean, how childish is that? I mean, as a community of people, that's about as childish as you could possibly get. I saw a video over the weekend. I think maybe you even played it last week where Hillary Clinton was talking about this back in the day as something that needed to be done. Yeah. You know.
Iran executions doubled last year. 36-year high, 1,600 people were hung in Iran. Last time they hanged that many was 1989. The past few months, of course, they have shot in the head about 40,000. And people over there don't have any rights at all. I'm curious, where's the Pope? The Pope has decided to launch a Vatican war on Donald Trump, a word war on Donald Trump over this war. And when you look at the human rights abuses that have existed since this regime came into power in Iran, but the Pope hasn't said anything about the human rights abuses over there. Now the Pope has got trouble with the war, saying President Trump needs to end this war. He was asked how he feels and if he should apologize to the Pope.
Robert Barron supports you and your policies. He praises you for defending religious freedom.
Yeah.
He now says you owe Pope Leo an apology. Will you apologize?
No, I don't, because Pope Leo said things that are wrong. He was very much against what I'm doing with regard to Iran, and you cannot have a nuclear Iran. Pope Leo would not be happy with the end result.
He's absolutely right. Pope Leo would not be happy with the end result of a nuclear Iran.
Well, just to jump in, so we can go back to what the Pope originally said, right, was that all Christians should denounce war and basically was indicting Trump's policy in Iran. I don't know if I feel it elevates to the level of a war. I mean, they're obviously having a little public skirmish. But does this help Trump going up against Leo in this way? I mean, it was kind of funny the way he was talking about his brother as MAGA. I thought that was funny.
Yeah.
It doesn't really help him with Catholics, obviously.
Well, and that's what the Pope is hoping for.
Right.
Let me explain. The Pope right now has decided he's going to take in after Donald Trump on this issue because he feels like he can fragment MAGA on this issue. Only time is going to tell. But he knows he can strengthen the Democrats on this issue. Now, why would the Pope want to strengthen the Democrats on this issue? He has a real problem. The Pope's real problem with Donald Trump is his border policy and deportations. In other words, if there's more people coming into the United States, that's more from Latin America in particular, that's more money that the Catholic Church is going to make in the United States of America. They got a real big problem with the deportations of Latin Americans and people of Latino descent being forced out of this country, being removed by Donald Trump. But he can't take Donald Trump on that issue in America because Donald Trump clearly, by all the polling, Republicans, Democrats, and Independents, wins on that issue. Everybody's united on that issue. So the Pope says, I can't take him on that. Here's where I can weaken Donald Trump for the midterms is over here on the war. And if he loses the House and the Senate in the midterms, we got a chance of reopening that border, bringing more people in here, which increases the money going to the Catholic Church.
But Catholic, people are flowing into the Catholic Church right now. We've talked over the past couple of weeks about how a lot of young people are joining the Catholic Church and becoming Catholics. I mean, it just seems kind of complex thinking. I took it more, his original statement is kind of a general anti-war. You know, he's obviously a much more progressive guy, like the last Pope. Do you honestly think that this is really about fracturing MAGA so we can get more Mexicans in here to become Catholics?
Not just Mexicans. I honestly believe that the Catholic Church earns more money the more that are brought into the United States. There's more money that flows in their coffers.
A lot of these organizations, I guess, that work with getting them in here.
Absolutely.
Right? We've talked about them before.
And once they're here and they're part of the church, they give their tithes and their offerings to the church, and the coffers grow. He can't fight Donald Trump on that issue because Donald Trump wins on the deportation issue. But he sure can on a war, and he can weaken him going into the midterms. That's what this is all about. It's about weakening the president for the midterms.
Well, they're obviously having a conflict of personality here. I mean, to however complex that gets as far as people tithing to the Catholic Church. I don't know. But I think the Jesus picture definitely hurt.
Let's take a break. We'll talk about that.
Let's get into that.
More Ware and Rima coming up. I want to tell you about my friends over at BG Products when it comes to protecting your vehicle. And, of course, right now with the high fuel prices, you want to do everything you can to hold those fuel prices down. And BG can help you do that a couple of ways. First of all, the MOA that goes inside the crankcase lubricates your engine like nothing else will. Much better than just putting new, fresh oil in there. When you lubricate the inside of the engine, that's less friction, which means less fuel to operate that engine. The same is true with their 44K, which that is the best fuel system treatment that I've ever seen. I've been around race cars, high-performance vehicles, everything else my entire life, and I can tell you that stuff really, really works. A lot of the stuff that you buy off the shelf is just watered-down junk. It doesn't do anything, a lot of it. There's a couple of things out there that kind of work. BG is absolutely the best. Cleans out the lines, cleans out the filter, cleans out the injectors. It helps to lubricate the top side of the engine so that it operates more efficiently and saves you fuel. So if you're using less fuel in the engine to run the engine and you're using less fuel coming through the fuel system, you're going to be saving money. BG just makes a whole lot of sense all the time. Have it installed wherever you have your oil changed. BGFindaShop.com. AccuWeather, clouds and sun, breezy and humid today with a high near 87. Right now 71 at KTSA.
Good morning. We've cleared a couple of our trouble spots. This report sponsored by the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation. I-10 eastbound FM 1516, far east side of town. That 18-wheeler accident just cleared, and they just picked up some road work at 35 southbound before 1604. Now, it looks like a new trouble spot on the northwest side at Loop 410, southbound Bandera Road. Disabled vehicle left lane. The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has been at the forefront of inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years. Learn more at Crohn'sColitisFoundation.org. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA, Time Saver Traffic.
If your garage door won't close and your house feels wide open, don't panic. Precision Garage Door of San Antonio handles emergency repairs fast. Trained techs, guaranteed work, garage doors only. Call Precision Garage Door and sleep easy tonight.
Hey folks, this is Carl Eggers. You've heard me for over a decade on the Trey Ware Show. When was the last time you had a real financial checkup? Not a quick chat, not a sales pitch, an honest, personal review of where you stand and where you're headed. When you schedule a free financial checkup with us, you sit down with me personally, not a salesperson, not a high-volume call center. I personally walk you through your current cash flow, your investments, and yes, even your tax return, because your financial life isn't a one-size-fits-all. We actively manage your assets using unique, tailored investments, not cookie-cutter models or proprietary products. And we build comprehensive financial plans designed for you, your goals, your family, and your future. Give us a call at 210-526-0057. That's 210-526-0057 or visit creatingricherlives.com.
Investment management services offered by Cap Trust, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Our current disclosures are available on creatingricherlives.com.
I love my Kinetico water softener. Dave here, and yes, I own a Kinetico. Other water softeners just can't measure up. So if your old unit keeps breaking, leaking, or burning through salt, stop paying for frustration. A Kinetico doesn't run on electricity. It powers itself using your water flow and only cleans itself when needed, not on a timer. And Kinetico backs its efficiency claims with independent testing through the Water Quality Association. Kinetico protects your plumbing and appliances. It helps dishes and fixtures stay cleaner and leaves your skin and hair feeling better. And right now, with the purchase of a Kinetico, you receive a free reverse osmosis drinking station at your kitchen sink. For clean, pure water 24/7, call Kinetico of San Antonio and the Hill Country, 210-656-PURE, and tell them Dave Ramsey sent you.
KineticoSA.com.
License number 38961.
Ready to love your floors again? Discover the latest European oak hardwood floors at Pride Floors. Wide planks, natural tones with a timeless style. See it in our showroom or visit our website at pridefloors.com. Expert guidance with a lifetime labor warranty. pridefloors.com.
Update your space and refresh your style at Just Pots. Walk the yard and explore their large selection of pots. See new arrivals, terracotta, and fountains. Just Pots. Over 40,000 pots all in one spot. 17115 Redland Road and online at justpots.com.
Got a question for you. You've worked your whole life to build wealth for your family, but have you actually protected it? I'm talking about real protection, not just a simple will. What happens if your spouse becomes incapacitated and you need to sell the house? Without proper planning, you're looking at a costly, time-consuming guardianship process. What happens when you pass away? Do your kids have to go through probate court? Will your assets be protected from their future divorces or even lawsuits? Here's the reality. One bad car accident, one lawsuit, and everything you've built your entire life could be gone. That's why I trust Voller Law Firm. Mr. Voller and his team specialize in preserving family wealth for generations. They help families avoid probate, avoid guardianship, and protect assets from predators and lawsuits. They keep your private financial affairs private, and they do it right. Voller Law Firm. Go online at vollerlaw.com, VOELLER, or call 210-338-6983. 210-338-6983. Protect your life's work. Protect your family. Protect their future. With Voller Law Firm. Tell them Joe Pag sent you.
The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has been at the forefront of inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years. Learn more about research, education, and support at Crohn'sColitisFoundation.org.
Today's Pledge of Allegiance, powered by Stevens Roofing.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Living life in the fast lane, but not on I-35. Very, very slow. Where at Rima 655 KTSA?
Even when I came on the air yesterday, I'd see the White House, on Truth Social posted this picture of Trump looking awfully Jesus-y. And it was floating around social media, and I saw people commenting on it, and I really didn't think much of it. There's AI imagery all over the place. You see it every day. And it really wasn't until yesterday when the story kind of blew up, and especially when I was watching the press conference, when, it came out, well, he did post this. This was something he put out there. And he had already offered up the explanation before the press conference with the DoorDash woman that it was a Red Cross thing, and he was portraying himself as a healer, as kind of a doctor, something of that nature, and he kind of repeated that claim yesterday. This is one of those rare moments where I'm calling BS on him. It very obviously looks pretty messianic. I think he was absolutely trolling the Pope, and I think we even mentioned that yesterday on this show. But, trying to explain it away that it was a Red Cross thing. When I first saw that image, I didn't get a Red Cross vibe at all. I got Trump as Jesus, because a lot of people are upset about that. And I that's one of those rare occasions where I got to say, well, okay, you probably have some of that coming.
Total dumbass move.
Yeah.
And you can call it a forced error if you want. No, it was a dumbass move on behalf of the President of the United States to, number one, post it and then lie about it. He knew that wasn't the Red Cross.
Yes.
He knew he wasn't being a doctor in that thing. He knew it represented Jesus.
Yes.
And then on top of dumbassery, he adds more dumbassery because when Riley Gaines brought it up, somebody who supports him to the hilt, particularly on the tranny issue, he said, I don't even really like her anyway.
Yes.
And so, I don't listen. I don't pay attention to what she's got to say. Dude, you know what? Just sometimes you're full of snot.
He totally made me angry yesterday, and I texted you and Jack with the DoorDash staged press conference.
Oh, yeah.
And then the whole Jesus
thing was
lying about it.
He's just full of snot. and that's what I'd tell him if he was standing here. Because it was just a stupid thing. On it.
Well,
you got too much. It was like the rambling thing I went off on him yesterday with Maria Bartiromo. You got too much going on in the world right now to do stupid stuff like this. Stay focused. You're going to screw up the midterms, and if you lose the midterms, it's on you, Mr. President.
Well, the Jesus thing was kind of stupid, but Elaine didn't text me. You weren't texting me about the Jesus picture.
The DoorDash thing just drove
when you were watching
nuts. It was so fake.
He was again, when you're trying to make it out that this was a Red Cross thing, everybody knows you're full of crap. And it's when everybody knows you're full of crap, you have to own that you're full of crap.
And you've got so much other stuff to do. Don't look
what
stupid.
did I just say?
He could have said, you know what, I had too many Cokes yesterday, and I was a little pissed off about the Pope.
No,
and so,
you can just say, you know what, I screwed up. Forget it. Just turn it off. But instead, he's got to lie. And I'm like, Everybody on the left calls you a liar. Why are you proving it?
Yeah, that
Why
was
do
a
you
bad
prove
moment.
them to be right?
That was a bad moment.
More Ware and Rima coming up. KTSA.
At Ponderosa Ranch, your pup is our priority. Boarding, training, daycare, and bathing, we treat your dog like family. With 3 area locations, Ponderosa Ranch can't wait to be your pup's home away from home. Book their next day or stay with us at weloveyourdog.net.
Hi, Trey Ware here. If you have pain and limited movement, you're not able to do the things you love to do, but you're not interested in surgery to get better, then contact my friends at Evolve Medical Group. They do PRP, stem cell, hormone replacement, and so much more. They even do primary care at evolvemedgroup.com.
I'm James, owner of Patriot Drive-In Cleaning. Clogged dryer vents are a leading cause of house fires, and it's important that they're cleaned annually. Schedule your cleaning today at cleanmydryervent.org. That's cleanmydryervent.org. Keep your family safe with Patriot Drive-In Cleaning.
Hey, it's Sean. If you want to prevent an AC breakdown at your home, start with the $89 AC tune-up from John Wayne. This tune-up includes a full 35-point inspection to keep your AC running factory fresh. Now, they don't just glance at it, they go through the system step by step. John Wayne will remove the top of your condenser fan to clean the inside of your unit properly from the inside out. That deep cleaning helps remove debris that can rust out the base of your unit. A tune-up can also help your system run better, longer, and more reliably when the heat hits. And if your system is older and you're ready for an upgrade, ask about their new AC system options. John Wayne has a cooling coupon for up to $3,000 off new qualifying AC systems. See their current offers online at johnwayne.com. Call my friends at John Wayne or book an appointment online and get it knocked out before the next heat wave. Call them up today, 210-293-6700, or look them up online at johnwayne.com.
Rhino Shield. Trey Ware here. I sure do love Texas Rhino Shield at the warehouse. Why don't you check it out and you can take $2,500 off the Texas Rhino Shield application. It's warranted for 25 years. Check them out today at TexasRhinoShield.com and mention Trey Ware. TexasRhinoShield.com.
This is San Antonio's news, traffic, and weather station.
It's 7 o'clock, KTSA San Antonio. I'm Christian Blood. Severe weather is possible for the Hill Country this afternoon and tonight, but maybe not in the Alamo City. We've got full details in KTSA AccuWeather coming up. There could be another round of peace talks between Iran and the U.S. in the near future, but whether those talks are successful or not all depends on Iran.
The big question from here on out is whether the Iranians will have enough flexibility, whether the Iranians will accept the critical things that we need to see in order for things to get done.
That's Vice President J.D. Vance, who was involved in peace talks last weekend in Pakistan. He says some progress was made, but the Iranians aren't willing to accept too many of President Trump's terms to end the war. Not one, but 2 members of the U.S. House are quitting. One is California Democrat Eric Swalwell, and the other is Texas Republican Tony Gonzales.
California Swalwell went first, posting on social media he will fight what he called the false allegations made against him, but, quote, "It's wrong for my constituents to have me distracted from my duties. Therefore, I plan to resign my seat in Congress." This after the House Ethics Committee announced an investigation into sexual assault allegations. Then it was Texas's Gonzales who had been under fire for admitting to an affair with a staff member who later died by suicide. The timing leaves the balance of power intact in the House, with Republicans holding a slim majority, and that timing may be what pushed both out.
Correspondent Michael Toscano. The director of Camp Mystics admitting in court that in the days before last year's deadly flood in the Hill Country, they didn't do anything to prepare campers for an evacuation.
Edward Eastland was grilled by an attorney for the Stewart family who lost their daughter in the flood.
Did you take any steps to prepare for potential flood or flash flood?
I don't believe so, no, sir.
They're asking a judge to prevent the camp from making renovations while their lawsuit works its way through the courts. Now, that could prevent Camp Mystic from opening in just a few weeks. A total of 27 campers and counselors died in that flood. John Cruz, KTSA News.
A Michigan man questioned in the disappearance of his wife in the Bahamas is avoiding charges, at least for now.
Brian Hooker told investigators his wife fell overboard in rough seas. The 58-year-old left the police station with his attorney without speaking to reporters. Officials have not said whether the Michigan man will be required to remain in the Bahamas or if he's free to leave that country. His attorney says police have no evidence and that Hooker categorically denies any wrongdoing, adding he's seeking closure.
That's correspondent Jim Roop. Time now to get caught up with KTSA Sports, sponsored by Connecticut Quality Water Systems. And here we go with Rob Thompson.
In the NBA, the Spurs find out who they're going to play tonight in the playoffs, so the play-ins begin. The Spurs will take on the winner of the 7 versus 8 matchup, which is Portland and Phoenix. Tip-off in Phoenix is set for 9 o'clock local. The first game of the night will be the 9-10 matchup in the East, as the Hornets welcome in the Miami Heat to Charlotte for a 6:30 tip. In other NBA news, Doc Rivers is out in Milwaukee as he and the Bucks have mutually parted ways after a 32-50 season and an irate and confused Giannis. The Bucks missed the playoffs for the first time in 9 seasons. I'm Rob Thompson for 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
KTSA News Time, 7:04.
I love my Connecticut water softener. Dave here, and yes, I own a Connecticut. Other water softeners just can't measure up. So if your old unit keeps breaking, leaking, or burning through salt, stop paying for frustration. A Connecticut doesn't run on electricity. It powers itself using your water flow and only cleans itself when needed, not on a timer. And Connecticut backs its efficiency claims with independent testing through the Water Quality Association. Connecticut protects your plumbing and appliances. It helps dishes and fixtures stay cleaner and leaves your skin and hair feeling better. And right now, with the purchase of a Connecticut, you receive a free reverse osmosis drinking station at your kitchen sink. For clean, pure water 24/7, call Connecticut of San Antonio and the Hill Country, 210-656-PURE, and tell them Dave Ramsey sent you.
ConnecticutSA.com.
License number 38961.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
For victims of drunk and drug driving, our grief is unique. But you are not alone. You always have a place at MAD. Call our 24-hour victim helpline at 877-MAD-HELP or visit mad.org.
KTSA News brought to you by Stevens Roofing.
KTSA News Time, 7:06. Let's see what's happening with KTSA Time Saver traffic.
Good morning. We are working a few trouble spots as you head into your morning commute. Loop 410, southbound just past Bandera Road. That's a broken down vehicle. It's taking up a left lane, so it's causing a little bit of stop and go from Callahan. This road work on the northeast side on 35 northbound, 1604 to Olympia Parkway. That's a 40-minute commute. Stop and go from O'Connor and I-10 eastbound as you approach Fulton. Left lane closed with construction cones. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA Time Saver Traffic.
After a cloudy start, clouds and sun this afternoon, breezy and humid, the high of 85. Still breezy and humid tonight. It'll be cloudy with a thunderstorm in spots late. Warm, the low only 70 along the Riverwalk and 66 in the Hill Country. An afternoon and evening thunderstorm for Wednesday, a high of 84. I'm meteorologist Jason Catarino with your KTSA Stevens Roofing AccuWeather forecast.
Right now, 71 degrees and cloudy at San Antonio's Severe Weather Station. I'm Christian Blood. Stay connected with News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071.
News Talk 550 KTSA.
Bits and pieces time.
Bits and pieces.
Going to start with Eric Swalwell because he's leaving Congress along with Tony Gonzales, but they're still going to get their pensions. They're still going to get all the benefits. They're still going to get all the beautiful stuff from the American taxpayer and from their victims. Isn't that good? I mean, you know, you victimize people, and in this case, in Tony Gonzales's case, it'll be the victim's family. That will be paying taxes, and he'll be able to sit back and suck off the government teat for the rest of his life because he spent 5 years in the government. There's nothing that's going to prevent him from receiving his money. Same with Eric Swalwell. But let's go back to 2018 and listen to Mr. Swalwell.
The claims are serious. The witness yesterday was credible, and it is something that falls within the purview of what law enforcement can do and should do. And so I think they should let law enforcement do their job and not rely on 5-minute question and answer sessions with senators.
And what he's talking about there is the Brett Kavanaugh case, which was a complete farce, Christine Blasey Ford made up the entire story concerning Brett Kavanaugh, and you could see it at the time, but he's a good little general. And as a good little general, Eric Swalwell was able to continue on while he was allegedly raping and or abusing women, possibly using some sort of cocktail and maybe a drug in a cocktail to pull that one off, as we heard from the girl yesterday.
To me, if you're going to run around our state masked and not showing yourself, not showing ID.
He's talking about the ICE officers.
And terrorize women, then you should not have a driver license. The governor has the power to grant driver's license in any state, and I call it reveal to wheel. If you're going to go into our communities in a way that no other law enforcement agency does, masked and, as I said, as a terrorizing bandit that women are afraid of.
Okay, well, probably need to look in the mirror.
Well, I was, thinking about the mirror metaphor as you said that, in that we really have some freaking horrible people in our government. I mean, to be able to go on and on about stuff like that, and yet inside your head what you're doing, and you're looking in the mirror every morning and you're making a choice to basically lie your ass off or try to take down Trump's Supreme Court nominee with this stuff, while you have to know what you're all about and what you're doing. I mean, you're really a lizard if you can pull that off.
And they do it.
Yeah, they do it every day.
They do it every day.
They do it every day. Hypocrisy is policy.
U.S. citizen Sundus Sunny, I believe her name, it's hard to say, but Nakwi, I believe is how you say her name. Sunny Nakwi. She was portrayed by the Democrats and the media as being wrongly detained for 2 days by ICE. This was several months ago.
Right.
And they made a big deal out of it on the media, such as CNN and ABC. ICE. Look at what ICE is doing. ICE is detaining citizens of the United States. ICE is rounding up citizens. By the way, remember the little boy that was brought here?
Oh yeah.
Joaquin Castro
that was
went
abandoned by his dad, who ran when the
little Liam.
Yeah.
His name was Liam.
Yeah.
Come to find out that they were actually under orders to leave the country at that moment. That just came out yesterday. That they were economic migrants who came here, and they were not supposed to be in the country. They were illegal aliens, and a judge had already told them, get out of the country. So everything that we did as an ICE agency was completely legal and above board with him.
Well, you're not going to see that in the major media outlets. And Joaquin he's still making videos, I think.
Oh yeah, he is.
Like a daily video about that.
Well, Sundus Sunny Nakwe, who they said, well, she was wrongly detained. Actually, she was never detained. She was in a hotel receiving spa treatments while in the hotel. How do we know? Well, first of all, we have video of her walking around the hotel during those 2 days, going to the spa to receive those treatments, and then we have now the actual receipts from the hotel itself. It's a Hampton.
I'd like that kind of detention. Could they detain me for something? I wouldn't mind staying in a Hampton for a week or two. Well, again, it's all mythology. It's all bullcrap as far as ICE being these jackbooted thugs that are, shaking down American citizens and throwing them in cages. You've mentioned this. We've talked about it. You want to go back to the Obama years because they like to say that Trump likes throwing people in cages and we have gulags and crap. Obama, we've mentioned that before, was actually the guy who was throwing entire families and breaking families up and throwing them in cages. So it's more of the usual ICE nonsense, making stuff up.
Well, it's media nonsense as well, which gets old. And I'm sure that our listeners are tired of hearing about the media in this country. But there you go again, because the media, with knowledge that this woman had not been detained, they go on their channels and they tell everybody she's being wrongfully detained while she's kicking up her heels and chilling at a hotel.
She's getting a nice, Swedish massage. But again, our media, as it stands right now, and they're probably getting sick of me saying this because I'm repeating myself, resembles the media you would see in North Korea, resembles the media you would see in China, resembles the media you would see in any fascist state on this planet.
Well, the closest resemblance, there's two, USSR, the Soviet Union, and the way they use the KGB, and they do it over and over again, and their TASS is their big agency over there, and the Third Reich.
Well,
because Hitler used the media to portray things in a certain way and a certain group known as the Jews, so that people ended up hating them.
Oh, sure.
And it was pure propaganda. We know about Goebbels and everything, and that's the same thing that the Democrat media is doing in the United States.
It resembles fascist media right now that's going on, where they just outright lie. People ask, how do people not know what's going on in Iran? How do people not know what's going on in North Korea? Well, because there's a complete media shutout. These are the only people they're getting information
and
from.
I agree with you. All I'm saying is that I'm drawing this correlation because people say, well, how did they exterminate 6 million Jews? This is how that happens.
That's how it starts. Yeah.
This is how it happens right here. And then you have, as you mentioned yesterday, the brown shirts who go out and knock around people.
Yeah.
Savannah Hernandez was on with Laura Ingraham last night. And my heart broke because she broke down in tears, out and out crying over what happened to her. She said, I've been doing this now for 6 years. The only reason they attacked me was I work for TPUSA. That's it. There was no other reason. They knew it. And I have video up on my X account at Trey Ware Show of the dad and his daughter planning that attack. The way it was portrayed and the way it looked is if they just came up on her and started blowing a whistle. No. Before she was ever even brought into their picture, he's pointing and talking to his daughter using the F word over and over again, which is a nice way to talk to your daughter, but this is what we're going to do. And they planned out the whole thing to go after Savannah Hernandez. 250-pound man knocked her to the ground. Why he's not in jail? Well, we know why. It's Minneapolis.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, ain't nothing serious going to happen to that guy. Look, when it comes to these people, we talked about this yesterday. Here's a fairly small Hispanic woman that basically got mob rushed by these people and was physically assaulted because of her connection to TPUSA. You could be a black, gay, double amputee with cancer in a wheelchair. But if you're there and you're there connected to Charlie Kirk in any way, shape, or form, they do the same thing to you. They'd probably tip your damn wheelchair over and start kicking you on the ground. They're feral. These people, and they are brown shirts. They are the moronic stooges that the left send out there to do exactly this kind of thing.
And not one word on the media.
No,
nothing on
not.
ABC or CNN. They're not talking about this at all. She is a journalist, a legitimate journalist.
Well,
who as legit as anybody on ABC is, and she was attacked for one reason and one reason only, and they're not saying a word.
Of course not. And she wasn't even asking questions. She was just getting footage. She wasn't even there interviewing anybody. But they savaged her. They went at her. I mean, you look at the look in that guy's eye when he basically body slams her. It's this seething, frothy look of just absolute hatred.
And again, if we were to do that to anybody else, if you were to walk up to Snuffleupagus and do that on the road, you'd be in jail, and rightfully so.
If a bunch of TPUSA, white TPUSA people gathered somewhere for some reason were to start shoving around a Hispanic woman, oh my God, it'd be the number one story. There'd be outrage. They'd want arrests, and there would be arrests.
Absolutely. Rightfully so. All right, let's talk about Stevens Roofing. With a great Stevens roof over your head, you don't have any worries about whether or not you're going to have structural damage to your roof, because it's simply not going to happen. When you've got the guys at Stevens Roofing not only inspecting your roof, but coming through with any repairs whatsoever by the weather that might have caused a problem or issue with your roof, you don't have any worries. You can just relax and know that it's in the best hands possible. A Stevens roof over your head is the difference maker, and that's why they give you free of charge, no obligation whatsoever, a free roof inspection. You know, with the storms that come through here, that can be damage. And so now is the time to check your roof, have it inspected by Stevens Roofing before the rain comes this weekend. More rain is on its way to San Antonio. And they'll come out and give you that inspection absolutely free if you just call 210-785-0994. If you know as a fact that you need a whole new roof because your roof is rather old, Stevens is ready to get you that roof, and they'll do a phenomenal job with either composition or standing seam metal, either one. Their composition roofs come in all the various types of shingles, all the various grades and color combinations, and everything that you can imagine. You can get it from Stevens Roofing. Let's start with a free, no-obligation roof inspection. A phone call to Stevens does it all at 210-785-0994. Clouds and sun today, breezy and humid with a high near 87. Right now, 71 at KTSA.
Good morning. Looks like we just cleared one of our trouble spots. That stall on the northwest side at 410, southbound just past Bandera Road. That has cleared. Still have the road work at 35 northbound, 1604 to Olympia Parkway. This is our heaviest delay right now. 40-minute commute. Has you slow from Wheatner, so Nacogdoches, Lookout, those are good alternate routes. And on the northwest side at I-10 eastbound approaching Fulton, that road work in the left lane. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA, Time Saver Traffic.
Breaking news, bold analysis, and the stories shaping our future. News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071.
Hey, it's Sean, and I talk about my friends over at Trajan Wealth all the time. I talk about my portfolio manager, Blair, who I was messaging with last week. We're probably going to have a meeting soon. And I know it's me, and people say, well, Sean's he's not a money guy. Why is he involved with Trajan Wealth? Well, because I'm not a money guy, and I've been learning a lot about investing. I've been learning a lot about what my 401k plan can do. I've been learning a lot about Roth IRAs and how my wife and I can come up with a plan, a financial plan, which we thus far don't have, that'll help us in the next chapter of our lives. And I'm learning as I go. You hear this all the time. They have the hearts of teachers. There's no question I can't email Blair and that she won't answer and give me honest advice, and I trust her absolutely, just like I trust the folks over at Trajan Wealth. They are fiduciaries. They always put your needs first. So when you make more money, they make more money. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC and SEC, registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. I'm an actual client. This is a paid advertisement. Additional disclosures available at TrajanWealth.com. Go to that website or call them up for a complimentary consultation, 210-201-7100.
Hey, it's Sean. You know, I love talking about my friends at John Wayne Service Company. This is a great year to talk to them. Whether you're having an issue with your HVAC, your plumbing, or your electrical, it's one company for the whole house. And now John Wayne is offering their service call for all for only $29. That's a $29 service call that'll cover one system, two systems, or all three. It's your choice. It's a simple, low-cost way to get a professional look and clear direction before you spend more money. They aim to give you straight answers and clear options with no pressure, and they offer 100% satisfaction guarantee. But again, it's that time of year for John Wayne's Service Call for All for only $29. Service call can cover one system, two systems, or all three. It's your choice. Call or text my friends at John Wayne Service Company today, 210-293-6700 to schedule your $29 service call for all. Or check them out online, johnwayne.com.
Trey Ware for Dr. Sally and everybody at Here in Texas. They'd love to see you, talk with you about your hearing, and possibly prescribe hearing aids for you to help you hear things you've never heard before. They really are amazing at Here, H-E-A-R, HereInTX.com.
It's Car Care Month, and Summit Racing has what you need for bumper-to-bumper care. Revive the interior, exterior, underhood, and more. Shop SummitRacing.com. Use promo code RADIO for $10 off an order of $100 or more. Exclusions apply. Offer ends May 3rd, 2026.
Operation Epic Fury. Continuing coverage on News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071.
721, Ware and Rima, KTSA.
Well, a couple of things here. First off, I was reading up, and I didn't really see any of the testimony about Camp Mystic, but we're about a couple of months away. They're applying, I think, to open some parts of the camp, I believe, that are at higher ground or that would be above any possibility of flooding. I know Dick Eastland's son, who's running the place, was saying he wished last summer it never happened. But I don't want to. I want to lighten it up here in a minute, but you look through all of the things that didn't happen leading up to that tragic flooding and what was not done, and it's hard. It really is hard to wrap your mind around how there was no loudspeakers to warn the camp that there may be flooding. I mean, there was little things that probably could have been done. He said he didn't see any of the warnings. Said the whole night was a blur. Your heart just breaks for the parents of these kids, and I don't see that they're getting any satisfactory answers as far as what actually took place.
I mentioned a couple of weeks ago that I have begun a journey into investigating this.
Right.
That I've been on the phone and emails with people in Austin and people around Mystic, so on and so forth. And I'm not ready to draw any permanent conclusions out of it, but I feel pretty good in saying that there's a lot of blame that's going on Camp Mystic right now. and a lot of people are pointing fingers at Camp Mystic. In fact, there are people in the legislature in Austin that says they're only looking at Camp Mystic and trying to come up with a case against Camp Mystic when indeed and in fact there looks like there was a culpability on behalf of the state for not installing certain warning systems that Camp Mystic and Dick Eastman and others had been requesting for quite some time, and requesting the funding to install an early warning system, and it was not done. So again, this is too early on in my education process in all of this. There's a lot more that needs to be learned, and it is an extremely raw issue with parents who lost children who listen to this show. That's why I want to be balanced and I want to understand this issue before I run off at the mouth at it. I'm just telling you the latest that I'm learning.
Oh, I'm trying not to run off the mouth at it.
No, I don't think you did.
Just a story that I was reading, and there were other camps along that river as well.
There are other camps, and that's what I just said, is that they're only looking at Mystic. They're not looking for example, what we know right now, as it stands today, is the Rangers are only looking at Mystic. They're not investigating any of the other camps along the way.
And why is this?
And again, when asked that question, the response from people in the ledges, that's the only one we're going to look at is Mystic.
Why?
Well, they haven't answered that question to satisfaction yet. That's one of the questions that I have in my investigation and my educating myself on all this. So there's more to come. I'll have more to say about it on the show.
And we'll be talking about it more and more as we get closer to the anniversary, obviously.
I just felt, we're at a time now when they're looking at sending those kiddos back to these camps, and parents have a lot of questions. First of all, you got parents that are here in town and Alamo Heights and places like that lost kids up there, right? And they have a lot of concern about what they're going to do for the future with the children. The lieutenant governor has decided that there's, in my view, okay, just what I know today, sitting here, lieutenant governor has decided there's only one that's to be blamed, and that's going to be Camp Mystic. And I don't believe that's true from what else I'm hearing. So,
do you think it's because they lost 27 campers and, I guess, what do you call them?
The counselor gave it, Dick Eastland,
Well, that's the one camp that lost a lot of people.
There were a lot that died up there. Period. Either campers or not.
We covered the story, but you think Camp Mystic is the focus because they lost so many?
Elaine, again, I'm early in this, okay, but I think that they are probably the highest profile. And there's another issue here that, again, I'm not going to throw any fire on it yet or put any gasoline on the fire yet, but it's a very, very devout Christian camp. Okay,
you said what I was in my mind. I was kind of
what Dick and his family were all about: bringing girls there, teaching them the Word of God, letting them grow in their relationship with Christ. Now, again, I'm early on this, so I'm being very careful and very measured in what I say. When I have more facts and more details, I'll throw fire. But right now, I'm still learning, so I'm trying to be as fair as I can to all sides on this thing. But from what I can tell you right now is they're throwing a lot of blame on Camp Mystic when, in fact, there's blame in other areas that they're not even talking about. And according to people in Austin, they won't even investigate.
I find that odd, and the fact that it's a Christian camp kind of popped up in my head as well. So we'll continue to follow this. The other earth-shattering news: the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame announced its list of inductees for the year 2026. Did you see this?
Mm-hmm.
Phil Collins, absolutely. Billy Idol, absolutely. Iron Maiden, I was never a huge fan, but yeah. New Order, I never really followed much. Sade, I know you're a big fan of Sade, right?
Mm-hmm.
Luther Vandross. find that odd. I never thought of Luther Vandross as rock and roll, but of course it's not really about rock and roll, is it?
Yeah, Sade's not rock and roll.
Sade's not rock and roll.
She's not even close to rock and roll.
Oh, she's smooth.
So the list that did make it, though, In Excess, which is one of my favorite bands, Jeff Buckley, but they were looking at Mariah Carey.
Well, let's go through this. Let's go through this. First of all, I don't consider Phil Collins a rock artist. He's an AC artist, but okay, we'll let him in. Iron Maiden, absolutely. Oasis, no. Sade, no. Luther Vandross, no. Wu-Tang Clan, I guess maybe they could go in some of their songs.
I could see Oasis makes sense to me. I could see them on that list.
Pink, Shakira was under consideration.
Yeah, the Melissa Etheridge one really kind of gets me.
Yeah, but she does rock.
New Edition was under consideration. Lauryn Hill, Mariah Carey, all under consideration. Again, a couple of years ago it was Dolly Parton.
Right.
And so,
Look, Halls of Fame are political, man.
That's all it is. It's all it is.
People, argue for their case to get
and the problem
inducted.
is you end up watering it down so it means nothing.
Right.
It means nothing. You put Mariah Carey in the Hall of Fame.
Right.
And Phil's on. I'm a huge Phil Collins fan. I love him. But he's on the borderline with me.
Oh, I could see him in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame just for that drum roll in the air tonight alone. But Mariah Carey, I'm glad she didn't make the list.
Luther,
the fact that she was being considered. Luther Vandross.
Luther, Sade.
That makes no sense.
Sade's
at all,
my
man.
girl. I
Right.
traveled across the country one time to see her. I wouldn't put her in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Well, it's just a funny little story that I don't think people really. I don't think the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame has really caught up to the idea that people really don't give a crap anymore.
Well, it means nothing.
It means nothing, especially in this world of how people listen to music.
Any Hall of Fame that you water down ends up meaning nothing.
I agree. Absolutely.
Alamo Water Softeners, they should be in the Water Softener Hall of Fame because they introduced water softeners that make sense for us, that were designed specifically for our hard water here. Hard water, well, it causes pipe damage at your home and appliance damage and fixtures and everything else damaged by hard water. And we have different hard water particulates here than anywhere else. And so my friend Alan Townsend invented the Alamo Water Softener in 2009. Now, obviously, it's changed over time because technology changes and all those kind of things. And this is my brand. I bought the very first Alamo Water Softener ever created, and as time has gone on, I bought the subsequent ones as well. I've never had a problem at all with any of them. All I've gotten is fantastic water. I have gotten soft water consistently at a very inexpensive price. I mean, it cost us almost nothing to operate this thing. And then, of course, I got a great deal. And here's the deal for you for a limited time. When you purchase select water softener system from Alamo Water Softeners, you'll get a free reverse osmosis drinking water system. I drink water out of our RO unit every single day, and you can too when you mention my name and log on to alamowatersofteners.com.
Not a lot of things in this world are free, especially a world with high inflation. But when it comes to financial education, I have something free for you. It's the Creating Richer Lives podcast. I'm Carl Eggers, your host. Find the podcast each week at creatingricherlives.com or on all major podcasting platforms.
I say this about a lot of the folks that I talk about, and it's certainly true of River City Oral Surgery, which I'm actually going to be calling Dr. Mark Havercorn. I got a chipped tooth up top there. I got to have him take a look at. But if you have an issue, you're looking at a procedure, whatever that may be, whether it's getting your wisdom teeth extracted or dental implants or maybe some oral surgery of some kind, if your dentist has referred you to an oral surgeon for any of these procedures, make sure to call my buddy Dr. Mark Havercorn at River City Oral Surgery first to compare that pricing. Because it's bundled pricing. It's all published on the website, whatever procedure you're looking for. You don't need a referral to see Dr. Mark Havercorn. And just for comparison's sake, take a look at what he's offering. It's bundled pricing, which means it includes everything. Okay, that's your initial exam all the way through the after-surgery care. All that stuff is covered under one price. Again, you do not need a referral. So call him up if you're thinking about having any procedure and talk to my buddy Dr. Mark Havercorn by going to 210-778-0002 or check out that website, rivercityoms.com.
When you want the best, when you want a metal roof that doesn't cost that much more, that is truly lifetime quality, that's backed up by a company with years and years and years of experience, and that's what Southwest Metal Roofing Systems is all about. But it's not just the metal, it's the workmanship. They do it right the first time, every time. They can give you the best warranty in the industry because they never have to come out and do anything. It's getting close to 20 years since they put the roof on my home up in Bernie, and I've not called them with a single problem. You have a lot of choices. If you don't like brilliant standing seam metal, you can have your choice of about 20 different colors. I chose red, and the story behind that I won't go into, but you can also have roofs that don't even look like metal, look like ceramic tile or slate or shake shingles. Southwest Metal Roofing Systems does it all at amazingly reasonable prices. Learn more? Give them a call, 210-822-6868. That's 210-822-6868. state for Southwest Metal Roofing Systems.
My name is Jackie, and after years suffering with high blood pressure, osteoarthritis, chronic stress, and insomnia, it took an unresolved and debilitating digestive issue to finally make the call. I made an appointment with Dr. Torres at the Institute for Functional Health. His whole body approach worked to identify the root causes of my unique issues, and he developed a customized plan to restore my health. And with the help of everyone at the Institute for Functional Health, we have. My digestive issues are gone. I no longer take any prescription medications, no longer walk with a cane. My stress is well managed. I'm sleeping 7 hours each night. And bonus, I've lost weight. I'm down to a size 4 from a size 14. Dr. Torres and the entire IFFH team were there to support and encourage me every step of the way. I'm 59 years old. I'm healthier and happier than ever. Dr. Torres has truly changed my life.
I'm Dr. Torres at the Institute for Functional Health. Call me for a free consultation, 468-1891, or online at iffhealth.com.
KTSA News brought to you by Stevens Roofing.
A U.S. naval blockade continues in the Strait of Hormuz, and that has many believing Iran will have to make a deal with the U.S. sooner than later. The U.S. House looking different this morning. That's because a Democrat and a Republican are no longer in the picture. And the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame's getting set for new inductees. A look at the class of 26 coming up at 8 o'clock. KTSA News Time 7:34.
Good morning. We've got some road work on the northeast side causing delays. This report sponsored by Staples. 35 northbound, 1604 up to Olympia Parkway. That's a 40-minute ride due to construction, so use Nacogdoches or Lookout as a good alternate route. I-10 eastbound approaching Fulton, left lane closed with road work. 90 eastbound, 211 to 410, now about a 20-minute ride. Staples has hundreds of great ways to boost your brand, like spectacular signs, brilliant brochures, eye-popping posters, mouth-watering menus, and more. Shop through April 18th and save up to $125 on all your custom prints. Staples, that was easy. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA Time Saver Traffic.
Breezy, warm, and humid with a mix of clouds and sun this afternoon, the high 85. A thunderstorm in spots late tonight. Warm too, the low just 70 along the Riverwalk and 66 in the Hill Country. Clouds and sun with an afternoon and evening thunderstorm Wednesday, the high of 84. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina with your KTSA Stevens Roofing AccuWeather forecast.
71 degrees, cloudy skies at San Antonio's severe weather station. I'm Christian Blood. Stay connected with News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071.
Well, I told you that yesterday Tulsi Gabbard came out with some information about the first impeachment of President Trump, the call to Zelensky, and how it was just a sham from the very beginning in 2019. Was headed up by Nancy Pelosi and by Eric Schiff, and of course Dan Goldman was all part of that. The Inspector General lied in this case. The independent counsel lied on this case. The whistleblower didn't even have any information about the telephone call. Remember, we heard so much about the whistleblower. I always believed was Alexander Vindman, who is now in Congress. But then, he turned out he didn't actually have any details about the telephone call in and of itself.
Well, Adam Schiff lied about that early on.
Throughout the entire thing. And so Tulsi has released the info on this now. And you had so many people that were involved in this thing going straight to the very top. In fact, in 2019, James Clapper went on with Tapper and said this about the information that was being portrayed.
Thoughts about the whistleblower complaint, which was unclassified and released it.
Right. Well, first of all, I'd seen a lot of whistleblower complaints during the time I was DNI, and this had to be the best composed, best written, best documented such complaint I've ever seen. Obviously done by a seasoned, mature, capable intelligence professional, written like an intelligence document, and it's very clear. He points out what he knows and what he doesn't know, he or she, whoever it is. So I thought it was very compelling.
Okay, so what did they know then, and what do we know now about that? What did he say right there that was true, Clapper? Nothing. Not a thing that he said was true. There was nothing in there that would indicate that this person was buttoned up and had put together a wonderful case and that Donald Trump had clearly violated the law enough, a high crime and misdemeanor, enough to be impeached. This, again, just like Crossfire Hurricane with Barack Obama, okay? This was an attempted coup on a sitting president, and Tulsi said it yesterday. That's all this was the chance for them to undermine the legitimate vote of the American people to try to cause a coup in the United States of America. They did it then. They're trying it again now. If the Democrats win in November, they're going to impeach him again. They've already said that they're going to. They don't even have charges to bring up on him. They just said, we're going to impeach him. We will find it.
How many times did they walk into a federal courtroom with no charges and no observable crime? Her word was manufactured. His word when he came out of the impeachment, remember that? The final hearing, he said it was all bull, you know what. And that really happened. This really happened. They really tried to take this guy out of office, a duly elected president, on charges that didn't exist, that didn't make any sense. Manufactured, yes. Conspiracy, yes. A coup, absolutely. But is anything actually going to happen?
No. Well, we'll see. Now, let's go back to what we were talking about last hour for a second here. It all depends on what Todd Blanche does. I think Todd Blanche is one of them. I don't have confidence and faith in Todd Blanche.
Why do you think that? I mean,
well, because he's been around up there in D.C. in the swamp for so long. It's kind of like going to Bill Barr, okay? Everybody had high hopes. Oh, Bill Barr is going to be great. Bill Barr turned out to be one of them, okay?
True that. I agree with that.
And so did a lot of the others that were held up in that position. And Pam Bondi turned out to be useless on all this as well. You have to have a tough dog that is willing to go after these people. I'll give you another example.
Well, and just to jump in real quick, is Lee Zeldin that guy? I mean, I don't really see
Could
that
be.
either. Maybe.
Could be. He's very, very possible that Lee Zeldin is that guy. At least 4 prosecutors were fired by the Department of Justice because they arrested and jailed innocent people for praying.
Oh, right.
This was during the Obama, the third term of Obama, which turned out to be the face of Joe Biden. This was in October of 2020. Merrick Garland was also involved in this, weaponizing the Department of Justice. What I call this here, when you talk about these 4 prosecutors that were fired yesterday for weaponizing the Department of Justice, we have the same thing with the parents who were down at school board meetings. We have the same thing with the pillow guy who had his phone stolen. This is what you call low-hanging fruit, okay? These are easy slam dunk cases. Some of the stuff with Epstein is much harder to either prosecute, get yourself your indictments, and all of those kind of things. This stuff is easily indictable when you look at it. That's why Pam Bondi doesn't have a job. We're going to see if Todd Blanche does anything with it.
Well, you need to, because it was an actual coup. This was a concerted effort to take down this president. And if something doesn't happen, obviously it's going to keep continuing. You cannot. It's been the theme of the show. If you're going to drain the swamp, you have to really, really drain the swamp, and people have to go to jail. I hope that happens. I'm not really committed to Todd Blanche or Lee Zeldin, or maybe somebody will pop up that we haven't even started talking about yet. But that actually happened. They actually tried to remove a president from office who was duly elected by the people of this country.
The DNI is doing her job. She is bringing forth, as a former Democrat, bringing forth the information that any Department of Justice and any Attorney General could, in fact, use to indict a former president.
In other words,
for a coup.
There's such easy cases you could prosecute these probably in traffic court with the same evidence. You know what I mean? Like when you say low-hanging fruit.
These people, sure.
Yeah.
They clearly weaponize it. We talked a couple of weeks ago about how the Mar-a-Lago raid has been completely destroyed as far as being anything with any kind, one scintilla, as Barack Obama used to say, one scintilla of evidence to force them to go in there and raid that house. That was a complete and total setup. That right there was the one that pulled the trigger on Blondie, because Donald Trump saw that evidence showed that there was nothing at all. He knew it all along.
Right.
And Blondie didn't do anything about it. The president is not living in rarefied air. Again, the Democrats for 4 years told us nobody is above the law. Barack Obama started Crossfire Hurricane with Jim Comey and James Clapper, the guy I just played, and John Brennan and the rest of the deep state, the intel agencies. They should all be facing charges in this country right now.
Well, even go back before that when they were spying on the campaign, going into FISA courts and getting warrants based on, crap information and lies. I mean, there's all kinds of reasons why people ought to be going to jail. And I was a little late to the party when you were making this argument a couple of months ago, but, he did campaign on clearing out the government of all the bad guys and the corruption and this draining the swamp. And so far, we really haven't seen that.
Not any of it.
We really haven't.
Not any
in
of
some
it.
significant way, no.
No.
So
and now, again, Todd Blanche has been around up there for a long time, and he knows all these people, so I'm very concerned about him, whether or not he's going to do it. I hope I am pleasantly surprised by him. But somebody needs to be put in that position who does not care what the fallout is politically to anybody. We have a job to do in this country, and that is go after these bad guys so that they're not doing Eric Swalwell, again, low-hanging fruit. Low-hanging fruit,
well,
okay?
Very low.
But, again, why this guy is not facing charges as of today, I do not know. A woman accused him of rape publicly.
Right. Well, I mean, they got to get serious about it, and I think you've seen fractures within the MAGA base over this very issue. We've talked about it for the past month or so, leading up to Pam. I keep saying Blondie. See, now you've etched it permanently in my brain.
Sorry about that.
But it's true. That's one of the reasons why she's gone. So Todd Blanche, I mean, everything I heard about him when Blondie left. It's imprinted on my brain.
In there.
I can't get rid of it now. I'm mentally scarred. That he's a junkyard dog, he walked into all those other courtrooms with Donald Trump, that he's very cold when it comes to prosecuting or making a case. So
I hope so.
I hope that stuff is true, and I hope people start going to jail because this was a coup. That's absolutely what it was.
And they're going to do it again. That's what I'm saying.
That's the plan. They're already saying it.
And that's why I'm saying
they're already
right. You have to do it now. And you have to say, we're not going to put up with this, so that they get the idea, that they get the clear message is sent to them. Don't try this again, because this is what's going to happen to you.
They got to see perp walks, you know what I mean? Because they've already said they're going after everybody when they get back in.
Correct. And if there is not right now some indictments handed down to hold these people accountable, then there's no personal responsibility for what they did the first time. It won't stop them from doing it the second time, the third time, the fourth time, the fifth time.
It won't, and the very elitist establishment we've been talking about all morning will continue to thrive and survive.
And that does not excuse a sitting or former president named Barack Obama. He's the kingpin in all of this. Go get him. Window World, what a great company they are. Martin Bob and his team at Window World are ready to talk with you about replacement windows for your home that perform extremely well in our climate. So we're headed into the hot time of the year, right? It's going to be super hot outside, June, July, August, September, where all that heat is going to be outside, and that's where you want that heat to stay. You want the AC to stay inside. I can personally tell you with Window World windows in your home, that's exactly what's going to happen. Number one, they're the best window performing-wise with our heat and our cool here in South Texas. We have the extremes. So it is the best. And that's not Martin saying that. Those are those independent rating agencies that lay these things down and look at them and come back and say, okay, this is a good one, this is a bad one, this is a good one, this is a bad one, so on. And then you've got AAMA certified master installers to put these things in. So you don't have to worry about big gaps around your window where the air is going to come in or go out, okay? And then you got a local family that owns Window World, and you've got the best price guarantee. They won't be undersold. So just check them out. We did it several years ago and absolutely love our Window World windows. They're new design centers over here on 280 or Loop 410 between Broadway and Nacogdoches, close to the 281 exit. But you'll see it. You'll see it right there on the side, and it's just gorgeous inside. You'll see all the great window demos they can do for you and everything else. And then they'll come to your home with a free in-home quote as well at Window World, 210-767-0995. Clouds and sun today, breezy and humid with a high near 87, 71 now, KTSA.
Good morning. Road work on 35 on the northeast side definitely causing delays. This report sponsored by A&A Plumbing, Heating and Cooling. If you're traveling along 35 northbound, you're going to slow down between 1604 to Olympia Parkway. This is due to some ongoing road work. Roadway now reduced to one lane, so it's slow from Thousand Oaks. A solid 45-minute delay, Nacogdoches or Lookout. Good alternate routes. Got a clogged drain at A&A Plumbing, Heating and Cooling. They'll clear your main sewer drain for just $93 or it's free. Don't wait for a bigger mess. Call your local experts now. Visit aaplumbingsa.com. Book your service today. Must have approved clean out. License number M3749. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA, Time Saver Traffic.
Several years ago, I had to work with my dad on making Medicare choices, and it was so confusing. Anytime you're dealing with the government on something like that, it's going to be confusing. I think they do a lot of that intentionally. So it's very hard to get through the Medicare nightmare as you're trying to make those very important decisions. And so now that I'm getting close, I'm still several years away, but the closer that I get, the more I begin thinking about these things like retirement and Medicare and so on and so forth. Nightly Insurance Group is here to help. Oh, boy, did I find them at the right time. Choosing the wrong Medicare plan could mean higher out-of-pocket costs. We all know that. Losing access to your favorite doctor or paying penalties. You don't want any of that. So you really got to have an advocate on your side, and that advocate is Nick Knightley at Knightley Insurance Group. He's a local independent Medicare broker who serves San Antonio and the Hill Country, and his help doesn't cost you anything. It's absolutely free. He'll walk you through all the options. He'll review all of your doctors, your prescriptions. He'll make sure that you understand the difference between Medicare Advantage and Medicare supplements so you can get Medicare right the first time and not have to go back and try to change everything when it's too late. No confusion, no pressure, just clear, honest guidance from Nick Knightley at Knightley Insurance Group. Do what I did and reach out to Nick today and have your initial consultation. Again, it doesn't cost you anything to do this. It's Knightley with a K, KnightleyInsuranceGroup.com.
For a lot of people, just hearing the word dentist brings anxiety. Maybe you've been putting it off for years because of fear or because you're embarrassed. I get it. But Dr. Mark J. Williamson in San Antonio has built his entire dental practice around people just like you. At Dr. Williamson and Associates, you'll never be judged, you'll be cared for. His team listens, takes their time, and tailors every treatment to you. And if you're really anxious, Dr. Williamson offers IV sedation so you can literally sleep through your appointment and wake up with a healthy smile. Sometimes taking care of years of neglect in just one morning. So don't fear the dentist. Take that first step toward confidence and health. Right off Loop 410 and Cherry Ridge. Call 210-341-2569 or visit mjwdental.com. That's mjwdental.com. Right now, with the purchase of a Connecticut, you receive a free reverse osmosis drinking station at your kitchen sink. Call Connecticut and tell them Dave Ramsey sent you.
Hello, South Texas. When it comes to retirement, it's not just what you earn that's important, it's what you keep. I'd like to share an idea with you that can help you keep more of your hard-earned retirement savings. The government controls what you keep through taxation. What if there was a way to turn your retirement savings into tax-free income? Where will your retirement take you? Traveling, spending more time with family and friends, or just relaxing and reading a good book? Speaking of books, I have a great book that you'll want to read right now. Robin Hopp is here. Go to my website, bigstatefinancial.com, and request a tax-free retirement book. Go to my website. It's the name of my company, bigstatefinancial.com, and request a copy of the book, Tax-Free Retirement. It's real and it's free.
Visit bigstatefinancial.com right now and request your tax-free retirement book. That's bigstatefinancial.com.
What does it mean to work with one of the largest personal injury law firms in Texas? At Thomas J. Henry, it means we can put our team of experts to work for you. Visit thomasjhenrylaw.com. The name you know, the firm you trust. Principal Office, San Antonio.
I'm James with Patriot Driveway Cleaning. Lead buildup in your dryer vent can cause dangerous house fires. Annual cleaning is a must. Schedule with Patriot Driveway Cleaning at cleanmydryervent.org. That's cleanmydryervent.org. We're veteran owned, veteran proud, with veteran standards.
Today's Pledge of Allegiance, powered by Stevens Roofing.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
752 Ware and Rima, KTSA.
You know, You're a couple of years older than me. What, 4 years, I think. When I was a kid, Saturday morning TV was pretty much owned by Sid and Marty Krofft. And all the kids' programming, it was all this puppet stuff, HR Puffin stuff. You know, I mean, you really can't think, which was a very surreal show. I mean, if you really look at some of those old Sid and Marty Krofft shows, somebody was dropping acid. I mean, this was late 60s, early 70s.
We know
there
that
were
about
some
Puffin
really bizarre, when you think back what bizarre shows they were, but they were so much fun. He passed away at the age of 96 yesterday. Marty Krofft had died, I believe, in 2023 or 2021 or something like that. But that was my childhood. Childhood was watching Sid and Marty Krofft productions. Ruth Buzzy and Jim Nabors did one of those shows. It was a space show that I think was a Sid and Marty Krofft show.
The man who gave us the Donnie and Marie Variety Hour.
That's right, also gave us Donnie Marie, which was back when you had variety shows. You know what I mean? I mean, now you have competition shows. But throughout the 70s and 60s and 70s, you had variety shows where, you know, there'd be some singing, there'd be comedy skits, there'd be a lot of different kinds of entertainment in that one show. And Donnie and Marie was a great. I forgot that he had produced. They had produced that show.
Yeah, that was.
But the kids stuff they produced.
Oh, it's phenomenal.
You really can't look at a show back then that wasn't a Sid and Marty Krofft production.
It's all over.
You know what I mean?
It's everywhere.
And he started off.
And Puffin Stuff was the drug show. It was all about that.
Well, not to a 5-year-old.
You look at that and it was like, okay, that you really had to be messed up to do Puffin Stuff to come up with that.
Well, to come up with the idea, they were obviously getting high because it was kind of a weird idea for a show.
Yeah.
But you look at there was one show that they had because the special effects were really cheesy. He started off as a puppeteer. Talking about Sid Krofft and a lot of, obviously there wasn't a lot of great special effects back then, so most of it was puppetry of some form or another. But there was a show that they put out that had Dyna Girl. It was like a superhero segment. Then they had another one called Dr. Shrinker, where this guy would shrink people and he was evil.
Dr. Shrinker, yeah.
They had all these really cool shows, and there's two entities that really produced my childhood: Sid and Marty Krofft and Hanna-Barbera, because all the animation was Hanna-Barbera back then if you weren't looking at Looney Tunes. Mm-hmm. And, I don't even know in this day and age, I don't think the Saturday morning thing is long gone as a cultural phenomenon. Mm-hmm. But my God, that was a huge part of our childhood.
Sure
Just the stuff they were showing on Saturday morning. They'd actually have preview shows for the new series that they do on a Friday night, kicking off all the new shows.
That's how we fell in love with cereal, breakfast cereal, because every Saturday morning, man, we were sold every type of breakfast cereal you can imagine was sold on Saturday mornings, man.
Absolutely,
and McDonald's.
Man. Oh, yeah. The Big Pharma really made a lot of money off of those old shows. Were you going to go there?
Nah.
But that was just, it was just kind of they were charming shows, and it was a fun way to grow up.
Sure.
You look at what kids. I was reading about in Australia where they have this social media ban. About 60% of all the kids are getting around that. Social media has taken on such a prominence and online stuff.
Just
as
the
far
VPN
as kids.
gets you around any of that stuff.
But when we were kids, Saturday morning watching cartoons was a great idea. It was a great thing, and you hung out with your friends down the street, and you ran around, and you did stuff.
You spent the night. And got up the next morning, and you were
sleepovers. Used to have sleepovers,
all the time.
And the culture that they grow up in today is just dramatically different. But you're right. HR Puffin Stuff was a trippy show, and looking back on a lot of those programs as an adult, certainly somebody was smoking some ganj. But I can't. I don't even know or doing what else.
What'd you want to say?
Chris, you want to jump in?
What you mentioned, Dyna Girl?
Remember Dyna Girl?
But did you forget Electro Woman?
I always liked Dyna Girl. I like the younger one, but it was Electro Woman and Dyna Girl.
Great show.
And the special effects, you look bored as snot.
No, I'm listening to you. I'm
just messing with you. They were great shows.
Mine was ISIS.
Yeah.
ISIS.
Yeah.
Oh, ISIS.
When you're a little boy and the hormones are starting to gin and she comes on the TV and you look at her, your world is upside down. You don't know what to remember her?
That's
And
how I forgot about ISIS.
I don't mean to shift gears here, but what about Linda Carter?
Same thing.
Wonder Woman.
Same thing. What is that? You looked and you went, what's that? Boy.
Elaine is oddly silent.
Sorry,
on this
Elaine.
Only
segment.
you guys could turn cartoons
What's
into
that?
I didn't do it. It was Christian, Elaine.
That's right.
All I said was I forgot about Electro Woman, and Dinah Girl was
I've
great.
never even seen any of them.
You missed it probably
We were
just
out
by
in the
a
country in
smidge.
southern Arizona with 3 channels.
Well, we only had 3 channels
three
here.
channels.
We
ISIS
only
was
had 3
great.
channels
It was
here.
network stuff.
Yeah, that's all we had. But that's okay. You're just a young whippersnapper. We're just old farts. That's what that is.
Look at the time. Look at the time.
Yeah, we got to go.
Oh, my God.
We got to go. Hey, we'll see you next hour. Ware and Rima, KTSA.
Hey folks, this is Carl Eggers. You've heard me for over a decade on the Trey Ware Show. When was the last time you had a real financial checkup? Not a quick chat, not a sales pitch, an honest, personal review of where you stand and where you're headed. When you schedule a free financial checkup with us, you sit down with me personally, not a salesperson, not a high-volume call center. I personally walk you through your current cash flow, your investments, and yes, even your tax return, because your financial life isn't a one-size-fits-all. We actively manage your assets using unique, tailored investments, not cookie-cutter models or proprietary products. And we build comprehensive financial plans designed for you, your goals, your family, and your future. Give us a call at 210-526-0057. That's 210-526-0057 or visit creatingricherlives.com.
Investment management services offered by Cap Trust, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Our current disclosures are available on creatingricherlives.com.
Hey, it's Sean. If your AC is struggling, my friends at John Wayne can help you fast. Call John Wayne for HVAC, plumbing, and electrical, one company for the whole house. You get straight answers and clear options with no pressure. Now, if you think you need a new AC system, get a free estimate from John Wayne. Especially if another company told you that you need a big repair or a full replacement, get a free second opinion from John Wayne. A second opinion can save you from replacing a system you might not need to replace. Plus, a free estimate helps you compare your options and make a smart decision. John Wayne can inspect your system, explain what's going on, and tell you what makes the most sense. They handle AC repairs and full replacements every day here in San Antonio. So call my friends at John Wayne or book an appointment online. Either way, it's easy to get on the schedule, and you can see these great coupon offers plus other current deals on the John Wayne website. Click coupons for details. Call them up today, 210-293-6700, or look them up online at johnwayne.com.
This is San Antonio's news, traffic, and weather station.
It's 8 o'clock, KTSA, San Antonio. I'm Christian Blood. A chance of showers later this afternoon and tonight, but a better chance for the hill country, Kerrville, Fredericksburg, so forth. We'll get the latest in KTSA AccuWeather coming up. More details emerging right now from last weekend's peace talks between the U.S. and Iran.
The New York Times reports that during talks in Pakistan, the U.S. asked Iran to suspend uranium enrichment for 20 years. The report cites 2 Iranian officials and one from the U.S. saying that Iran countered with a 5-year moratorium. With the talks producing no agreement, the U.S. military began a blockade of Iranian ports on Monday. The Times report says officials are discussing a second round of talks, but gave no details.
It's correspondent Mark Mayfield. Republican Tony Gonzales is resigning from Congress. He ended his re-election bid last month after admitting he'd had an affair with a staffer who later committed suicide. Gonzales and fellow Congressman Eric Swalwell, a Democrat in California, both faced possible expulsion hearings in the House. Swalwell also announced his resignation Monday after claims of sexual assault were made against him. The search is on for a suspect in a road rage shooting on the southwest side that's left one man hurt.
Police were called Monday morning around 9 to Running Horse Drive near Old Pearsall Road. Investigators say a shooting stemmed from a road rage incident that began about a block away. The victim pulled over and called 911. He was taken to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. Police are still looking for a white pickup truck, possibly a construction vehicle. If you have any information, you're asked to call the police. John Cruz, KTSA News.
Who's in and who's out at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame?
Phil Collins and Iron Maiden will be inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame this year. So will Sade and Billy Idol. Oasis and Queen Latifah, too.
Don't you be calling me out my name. I bring rap to those who disrespect me like a dame.
First-time nominees entering the hall, Wu-Tang Clan and the late Luther Vandross. New addition, Mariah Carey and Melissa Etheridge did not make the final cut. The induction ceremony is November 15th in L.A.
It's correspondent Deborah Rodriguez. KTSA News Time 7:03. KTSA Sports right here with Rob Thompson.
In the NBA, the Spurs find out who they're going to play tonight in the playoffs. So the play-ins begin. The Spurs will take on the winner of the 7 versus 8 matchup, which is Portland and Phoenix. Tip-off in Phoenix is set for 9 o'clock local. The first game of the night will be the 9-10 matchup in the East as the Hornets welcome in the Miami Heat to Charlotte for a 6:30 tip. In other NBA news, Doc Rivers is out in Milwaukee as he and the Bucks have mutually parted ways after a 32-50 season and an irate and confused Giannis. The Bucks missed the playoffs for the first time in 9 seasons. I'm Rob Thompson for 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
KTSA Time Saver Traffic and your complete KTSA AccuWeather forecast up next on 550 KTSA and FM 107.1.
Hey, it's Sean. If you want to prevent an AC breakdown at your home, start with the $89 AC tune-up from John Wayne. This tune-up includes a full 35-point inspection to keep your AC running factory fresh. Now, they don't just glance at it. They go through the system step by step. John Wayne will remove the top of your condenser fan to clean the inside of your unit properly from the inside out. That deep cleaning helps remove debris that can rust out the base of your unit. A tune-up can also help your system run better, longer, and more reliably when the heat hits. And if your system is older and you're ready for an upgrade, ask about their new AC system options. John Wayne has a cooling coupon for up to $3,000 off new qualifying AC systems. See their current offers online at johnwayne.com. Call my friends at John Wayne or book an appointment online and get it knocked out before the next heat wave. Call them up today, 210-293-6700, or look them up online at johnwayne.com.
Nothing I hate in the car business more than a bunch of damn liars. That's why I created GiveMeTheVIN.com. Go to Give Me the VIN, put in your license plate number, we'll buy your car. We do what we say we're going to do when we say we're going to do it without a bunch of games. We come to you with a check or pay off your payoff. Look at what people have had to say about GiveMeTheVIN.com. It's real. It's here. We're the Amazon now of car buyers, and we want to buy yours.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVIN.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Trey Ware for Dr. Sally and everybody at Here in Texas. They'd love to see you, talk with you about your hearing, and possibly prescribe hearing aids for you to help you hear things you've never heard before. They really are amazing at Here, H-E-A-R, HereInTX.com.
KTSA News brought to you by Stevens Roofing.
KTSA News Time is 8:05. Let's get a quick check of KTSA Time Saver Traffic.
Good morning. This road work on the northeast side causing Mays 35 northbound 1604 to Olympia Parkway. It's got the roadway reduced to 1 lane, solid 40-minute delay as you slow from Thousand Oaks. So if you need an alternate route, Nacogdoches or Lookout. I-10 eastbound approaching Fulton, northwest side, that's some road work in the left lane. We're definitely starting to fill in now. 410 northbound, Calabria to Hausman, 90 eastbound, 211 to 410, about a 15-minute ride. And about 10 minutes or so, I-10 eastbound between Camp Bullis on over to Medical Drive. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA Time Saver Traffic.
After a cloudy start, clouds and sun this afternoon, breezy and humid, the high of 85. Still breezy and humid tonight. It'll be cloudy with a thunderstorm in spots late. Warm, the low only 70 along the Riverwalk and 66 in the Hill Country. An afternoon and evening thunderstorm for Wednesday, the high of 84. I'm meteorologist Jason Catarina with your KTSA Stevens Roofing AccuWeather forecast.
Right now, 71 degrees at San Antonio's severe weather station. I'm Christian Blood. Stay connected with News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 107.1.
News Talk 550 KTSA.
Swalwell Gonzales out. Tony Gonzales is retiring from the U.S. House, which means because he's been in for 5 years, he gets to keep his retirement. He gets to keep all the bennies. He gets to keep receiving money from the victims of his situation, which means the family of the lady who burned in the alleged affair that he was allegedly having. And I don't know if we have to say alleged anymore because he admitted to being involved with her, but that's okay. We'll say alleged. But the point of the fact of the matter is it's wrong. He's going to, quote, retire now from Congress and get to keep all the bennies of being a congressman for 5 years. Same is true with Eric Swalwell. He's been in Congress, I believe it was 2012. So he's been in Congress way beyond 5 years. And unless he's convicted of a crime, he too will be able to keep all the money and all the benefits that his victims, and now they're starting to come forward. More than 55 have accused him.
That's a lot.
That's a lot. There's a lot of smoke there. And so we have these three that were on CBS.
The fact that he has now dropped out of the governor's race and resigned from Congress, is that justice in your view?
No, it's just the beginning. It's just the very beginning. And I know personally that we're not walking away from this fight.
For me, justice won't be until he can't ever harm a woman ever again, and he has faced the consequences for the women that he has harmed.
I think in regards to the governor's race, he never should have ran for governor to begin with, knowing the kind of history and receipts that are out there.
And the receipts are now showing up. That's Annika Albrecht, that's Ali Samarco, and Cheyenne Hunt on the CBS interview. There's going to be another one that's going to come forward today. In fact, Anna Paulina Luda was on with Jesse Waters last night. She said that she has been told there's going to be some pretty disturbing information going to come out about Swalwell today. And the video that we all saw that has not been corroborated, has not been confirmed, or, a news agency such as a Fox has not been able to say, yeah, that's 100% him. But if you look at the video, it's pretty darn close. The only thing that could have done that is AI if it's not actually him. The guy that's next to him, it's now circulating out there, has a profile that is eerily similar to Ruben Gallego, who is a senator from Arizona. Now, I'm not saying it's him. I'm not saying that. What I am saying is it's out there that profile looks an awful lot like him. But what Luna said last night is she's got info that the person behind the camera is an underage girl.
Well, would we be shocked by this?
Not at all.
I think, again, as I said in the first hour, you got two Americas. I mean, we just have to accept that this is true. The existence of Donald Trump is showing us this. With both of these guys, okay, it's all alleged. Obviously, we have to keep throwing the A word out there. But allegedly, this is something that they both were involved in for quite some time. I mean, you had the second staffer or person that worked with Tony that came out and is a little older than he was, but said that she had these interactions, alleged that she had these text messages from him demanding all kinds of weird stuff. So both Swalwell and Gonzales are pieces of crap who have been living this way for a long, long time, allegedly, if all this stuff is true. So, they were protected, obviously. I think in our government, in elite circles, people like that get very comfortable with treating other people like objects and doing whatever they want to do because they know nothing bad is going to happen to them.
We never, ever bring justice to them. We allow them to skate over and over again. And as long as we allow them to skate, this is what you're going to get. You get more of what you reward. And
yes, you do.
Yeah, and that's what happened, I'm convinced, with Eric Swalwell. What isn't alleged is the cover-up, okay? We can say their crimes were alleged because we have to until they're proven in a court of law. I happen to believe the women. We heard that with the Brett Kavanaugh thing. Oh, honey, I believe you. But especially the one that told about the rape story, and it sounded like date rape, drug in her drink, and all that. That was just absolutely disgusting. But we'll find out. We'll let the system play out. But what wasn't alleged, what we do know happened, is a cover-up of this stuff was going on. Because he served their purposes.
Well, again, yeah, in D.C., much like in Hollywood, until you become a liability, you can do whatever you want to do, and they do. They do whatever they want to do, and it's sick. But again, this was something that everybody is saying they knew about. Nothing happened to Swalwell until he became a liability, until he ran for governor.
Nancy Pelosi was asked about this.
Some Republicans and others are saying that Democrats turned kind of a blind eye, that they knew what he was up to or what the allegations were.
That is absolutely positive. And it's true that they may say that, but it is absolutely not true.
You had no idea?
None whatsoever. None whatsoever. I had none whatsoever.
We know she's lying because she was briefed by the FBI about it. She was told to her face in a meeting with Kevin McCarthy, This is what Eric Swalwell is involved in. He's involved with a Chinese spy. He's sleeping with a Chinese spy. He's having sex with a Chinese spy, and she kept him on intel.
On the Intel committee. I know. It's amazing. How do you know Nancy Pelosi is lying? Her freaking mouth is moving. That's how you know she's lying. But they all do. A lot of people had to lie or look the other way for a guy like Swalwell and guys like Tony Gonzalez, if all this stuff is true, to have continued engaging in their hobby for as long as they did.
Well, 55 staffers said so. They wrote a letter, and they said that it was the biggest cover-up.
Right.
They were staffers of his who were involved in the cover-up, admitting the cover-up. So we know the cover-up's real.
So people were making, again, an ethical choice, looking in the mirror and saying, I'm going to participate in covering this up for this guy because I need him politically.
Because he fits he is our team. He's on our side. And as long as he's on our side, playing ball the way we need him, we're going to cover it up. The same people that sent men like Harvey Weinstein to prison, who is in Rikers right now, the same people who ruined the careers of Al Franken and others, rightfully so, especially the Franken thing, but the same people who went through the whole Me Too thing at the same time that Me Too was going on was covering for this piece of trash.
Well, while that was going on, allegedly he was doing this stuff. So, it's all Me Too. The whole thing was a farce. It was a great idea, but ultimately it was political theater. We know that now. There was no reality to it. And guys like Swalwell Gonzales and God knows how many others, allegedly, are probably doing all kinds of horrible crap. And maybe we'll start to find out. Maybe this is the tip of the iceberg.
Well, the first thing to do right now is to deny them their benefits. They don't get their retirement. They don't get the benefits.
At least.
Well, let the legal process play out, but deny them their benefits, and then get rid of the slush fund so they can't pay off the women anymore. Dana Bash last night, she tried to cover by saying, well, Donald Trump does it.
Let me just ask you about something I've heard you saying since Eric Swalwell, since the allegations came out that he is still denying. You have said that it's sickening that Democrats endorsed him when you allege this behavior was an open secret and they all knew about it. I don't, maybe you have, I haven't seen any proof that people knowing about allegations that he raped people.
There's more than 55 of them who have written in the Wall Street Journal, ma'am.
But that aside, as I mentioned, you got the endorsement of President Trump. He was, of course, found liable in a civil suit of sexual abuse and bragged about grabbing women by the you-know-what.
So, again, for Dana Bash, it's got to come back to being, Trump. Eric Swalwell, we can dismiss what Eric Swalwell did. We don't have any proof, but we do know Donald Trump did it. And, again, that was a farce. The E. Jean Carroll thing was a completely made-up thing. By the guy who invented LinkedIn.
Well, and he was held civilly liable. It was a civil case. It's not the same standard as a criminal case. Everybody knows that. If Donald Trump, you cannot equate what Swalwell and Gonzalez are accused of doing, allegedly, to Donald Trump saying something dirty to a freaking DJ in an off-mic moment. But yet they do it. If there was anything in Donald Trump's past where he was abusing women and doing anything of this nature, it would have come out years ago.
We would know about it. That's clear.
He'd be gone already.
You go back to 2016, and Hillary Clinton was asked about her husband and whether or not his actions with Monica Lewinsky were a violation.
In retrospect, do you think Bill should have resigned in the wake of the Monica Lewinsky scandal?
Absolutely not.
It wasn't an abuse of power?
No.
There are people who look at the incidents of the 90s and they say a president of the United States cannot have a consensual relationship with an intern. The power imbalance is too great.
Who was an adult.
Okay, she was an adult. If that's the standard, every business owner and CEO within the sound of my voice right now, you can do anything you want to with any of your adult female employees because Hillary Clinton says if you're an adult, then it's okay. It's just fine.
But she's running cover, of course, for her whole stinking
But that's
life.
my point. I'm using.
Oh yeah, no, I get what you're doing.
Yeah,
I absolutely get that. To me, the older I get, I guess I'm kind of thankful that I don't understand this kind of behavior. When people can be doing awful things to other people, and then go out in front of a camera or TV and just absolutely lie about it and be fine with it. I mean, you really, and again, in the era of Trump, we're learning, just how scummy some of these people are, and they have absolutely no problem lying their asses off.
We need to take a break, but it's not just them doing it, because that's the worst of the worst, but it's the people who cover for it as well. It's the Hillary Clintons of the world and the others who give it a pass because that person fits their politics.
Well, they need him for some reason.
Absolutely they do, until they don't need him anymore, like Eric Swalwell became a liability. Now he's gone, and he should be gone, and they should go through with indictment process on this guy, particularly on the rape allegation that woman made. Let me tell you about my friends over at Quarter Moon Plumbing, Heat, and AC. If your house has a smell to it, especially when you turn the AC on, it could be an issue with your air conditioning. And at Quarter Moon Plumbing, Heat, and AC, they have created the Breathe Easy package. Now, this will get the funk out of your system. Quarter Moon, they pull and deep clean your blower motor, your blower wheel, your AC housing, everything about your AC system. They also clean your coil. They disinfect the inside of your AC cabinet. I mean, the thing is beautiful when Quarter Moon gets done with it. Then they install a UV light, and what that does, that little purple light, will zap the bacteria and other nasty stuff hiding in your unit. And it's not that big of a light. You look at it and you go, that's doing what? Well, it does. It does a great job getting rid of the bacteria and the gunk that can hide inside the cabinet, inside the unit. You get cleaner air, better smelling air, a fresher home, and an AC system that smells like it should. And you know what? I've had people report to me fewer allergy problems as well. The Quarter Moon Breathe Easy package is just $6.95 today when you call Quarter Moon and mention Trey Ware. It's real simple. Just call Quarter Moon, 210-651-5899. AccuWeather, clouds and sun, breezy and humid, a high near 87 today. Right now, 71 at KTSA.
Good morning. This road work on 35 northeast side causing major delays. Now an hour, 60 minutes. 35 northbound, 1604 up to Olympia Parkway. That roadway reduced to one lane. You're going to start to slow down right around Randolph. So Nacogdoches or Lookout, those are good alternate routes. On I-10 eastbound approaching Fulton, that road work is taking up the left lane. Pretty much most all our major freeway systems as we get into the meat of our morning rush hour. Just about everything is filling in, slowing down a little bit. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA, Time Saver Traffic.
The headlines the others miss. From Texas to the nation and around the world. Stay connected. News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071.
If your transmission is acting up, Access Transmission on Thousand Oaks is the only place you need to go to get it repaired or replaced. Jason Minix here from 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. Access Transmission has been the trusted transmission experts in the San Antonio area for over 50 years. Family owned and operated, Access Transmission can handle all your transmission needs, domestic and import. All estimates are free. There are no inspection or diagnostic fees like the big national chains. Shop local and take your vehicle to Access Transmission, where you can get a fair, honest, and free diagnosis of your transmission issue. They can repair or rebuild your transmission with their in-house rebuilders serving San Antonio and the Hill Country. Access Transmission offers free pickup and delivery, and yes, that does include the Hill Country. Located on Thousand Oaks between Jones-Maltzberger and Wetmore Road, call Access Transmission 210-490-4411 490-4411. Access Transmission, the experts in transmission repair.
Trey Ware here. There's more to Mummies than just feed. They are South Texas firearm headquarters with the great brands like Benelli, Horizon, Montana, Weatherby, Colt, Sig, Glock, and so many more. And all of the accessories. Mummies has everything. Mummies and Hondo. Hi, Trey Ware here. If you have pain and limited movement, you're not able to do the things you love to do, but you're not interested in surgery to get better, then contact my friends at Evolve Medical Group. They do PRP, stem cell, hormone replacement, and so much more. They even do primary care at evolvemedgroup.com.
When it comes to results, the numbers speak for themselves. Thomas J. Henry secured over $1 billion for clients in the past 4 years and successfully represented thousands of injured Texans. Thomas J. Henry, the name you know, the firm you trust. San Antonio, Texas.
During Kubota Orange Days, you'll love the great deals on our versatile, reliable lineup. Hi, I'm John Ewald with Ewald Kubota. Let us help you turn dream projects into reality. Visit your Ewald Kubota location today for the best deals of the year. Now through June 30th, get select Kubota compact tractors with 0% financing available or save up to $5,500. So stop by any Ewald Kubota location or visit ewaldkubota.com.
Now through June 30th, see us or go to KubotaUSA.com for full disclaimer.
Staples has hundreds of great ways to boost your brand, like spectacular signs, brilliant brochures, eye-popping posters, mouth-watering menus, and more. Shop now through April 18th and save up to $125 on all your custom prints. Staples, that was easy.
San Antonio's news, traffic, and weather station. News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071.
Not going to get into this, but 35, again, just stay away. I saw the guy on Channel 4 this morning when they started. Their anchor, he said, I was stuck on 35 from 9 till an hour and a half later last night. I can't believe I-35. Well, there's not much to be said about I-35. Said everything that needs to be said. Just stay away from it. It's awful this morning. No,
Right.
But this morning is just terrible. Terrible.
Well, business as usual, unfortunately, for folks just trying to get to work. Utah Valley University has scheduled Sharon McMahon to give the commencement speech. She was one of those people right after Charlie Kirk's assassination. Her words, his murder, although awful, I'm paraphrasing some of this, though awful does not magically erase what was said or done. One of those people that basically alluded to the idea that, he had it coming or he brought it on himself. And she's going to give the commencement speech this particular year. And we're not even a year out from the assassination. I just think that's bad behavior. Do you think that's on purpose? You think that's a willing choice to
absolutely.
put somebody who, in her own little way, kind of danced on his grave to give the commencement speech?
Absolutely.
We'll show you.
They know her record.
Yeah.
It was certainly public comments at the time, so they know. And so, yeah, 100%. They did it on purpose. Sure.
We live in an era where the best of people is on display and the absolute worst of people is also on display. Have you noticed that just in general?
Sure.
That's a crummy choice, man.
But absolutely. And here's what she said. I mean, this whole thing about, the stuff that he said we can't erase is horrible things that he said. Like what, hon?
She said he didn't engage gay people or LGBT,
that's
whatever
not right.
the hell. And
right before he got
just
shot.
Made him feel bad.
No, it's not true. Right before he got shot, he engaged gay people.
Right.
In fact, they were standing behind him yelling, and he said, come down here, let's have a conversation, y'all.
Which
in a
he did on a
very
routine
sweet,
basis.
polite way.
Yeah.
He did it all the time.
Well,
she also said that he trashed blacks, that he had racist comments.
I'm not sure.
Never,
when
not
that
once. Not once.
I mean, I wasn't a huge follower of Charlie Kirk.
I was.
But I watched a lot of the videos, in the wake of his death, and I had seen what he had done prior to that. I don't remember seeing anything racial ever coming out of his mouth.
Because nothing ever did.
Nothing ever did.
I was a follower. I was a watcher. And anytime he was on, I made it a point to watch, and I watched his podcast. The man didn't ever say anything racist. He never said anything sexist, and he never said anything anti-gay. Quite the opposite.
The very same people who, call him a racist and the, homophobe and all this stuff are the very same people who've been saying for the long time, we need to have a conversation. Why can't, instead of all this division, why can't we have a conversation? Then when a guy shows up and starts having that conversation, you blow his brains out.
Well, because where did he do it? He went to the college campuses,
right,
which have been forever their bastion.
Sure.
You can say anything you want at a college campus as long as it agrees with the left. When you don't carry their water and when you say something else other than what you're supposed to, they attack you. They're still doing it.
Oh, sure.
Right?
Well, this is an attack, I think. They're scheduling this person.
And they get a big, fat 250-pound guy to knock one of their reporters to the ground. This is why we're in this situation with these people. But, again, you say anything you want on a college campus as long as you agree with them. If not, they just shoot you.
Well, yeah, I mean, free speech, that kind of that idea of free speech has been gone from the American campus for a while. And which has always been kind of darkly comical to me because the American campus was at one point the place where you went to hear differing opinions, where you went to hear or to encounter people that were not of your world and get different points of view. Used to be at one point the cradle of free speech in America, and it's quite the opposite now. But this was a Essie thing to do. That's the only way. I wish I could say the word, but that's an Essie choice, and you know it is, and you're doing it on purpose.
Well, it's two middle fingers.
It really is, and the man was shot less than a year ago, and this is who you're going to go with for your commencement speech. Mm-hmm. And I haven't really seen a good argument as to why her.
There's no good argument.
Beyond, obviously what we all kind of feel about this story, but, as far as why her, you would think you would want somebody who, in a sense, not maybe directly connected to a guy like Charlie Kirk, but someone of like mind who could, you don't necessarily want people to speak on this at a commencement speech, but it is the elephant in the room at this particular university. This did happen.
Well, I'm not detecting surprise in your voice because because there should not be any surprise. This is how they roll in American universities. This is it.
Well, they're not paying attention to where the youth is moving because we talk every day about the Christian Renaissance going on in this country.
That's why the youth are leaving those universities.
Well, they are in
droves.
Charlie Kirk was a big part of that.
Well, and he should have. He should be elevated to honor not being trashed in this country.
Well,
he did more for the youth of this country. He did more to unify this country, not tear us apart, than anybody in the last century.
I concur.
Well,
but
I'm glad you concur.
Well,
that's a good thing.
I concur.
I'm glad.
I'm
glad to hear it.
It's just a crappy choice.
Well, she is. She's terrible. Yeah. She's awful. Let me tell you about my friends over at Bridgehead IT, because you hear a lot about AI these days. There's AI in the news every single day. We've got AI stories today that we can be talking about. But here's the thing. When you hear AI as a business leader of a medium to a large business, what do you think? Because you kind of get the idea you have to do something, right? But what is the something that you have to do? Well, I can tell you, if you just rush into AI without a plan, okay, you're talking then security breaches, compliance nightmares, and a whole lot of lost money. And if you're a CEO, a CFO, or the owner of a company, you can't have that. You can't do that at all. But you do need to lead on AI. If you can get out in front of this AI thing, it can serve you extremely well. And that's why you need an AI readiness assessment from my friends at Bridgehead IT. I know Wes. I know the team at Bridgehead. I've known them for years now, and I've seen the success that they have brought these medium to large businesses to with their AI programs. They don't just sell you the latest shiny object, the trendy bot, none of that stuff. What you get from them is a strategy, and it starts again with the AI readiness assessment. So where are you now? Well, let's find that out. Mention Trey Ware when you log onto the website. Book your appointment to get that AI readiness assessment from my friends at Bridgehead IT, bridgeheadit.com.
Texas Gun Shows brings you the largest gun shows in Texas, and this weekend they're coming to Round Rock. Open this Friday, 4 to 7 p.m., 10 a.m. to 5 Saturday, and 10 a.m. to 4 Sunday. Texas Gun Shows is at Embassy Suites Round Rock Friday through Sunday, 270 Bass Pro Drive.
Hey, it's Sean, and this is a great time to talk to my friends at Syntex Remodeling Group about that bathroom renovation you have in mind. But before I get there, let me tell you a little bit about the company. They're family-owned and operated. They're vet-friendly. In 2022, they were the winner of the Better Business Bureau Torch Award for Ethics. You can trust them. Most installations and remodels can be completed in as little as 1 day. I've been having some back problems, so we're actually thinking about maybe making our bathroom a little more accessible as my back problems get worse. And again, most of these installations can be completed in as little as 1 day. They offer free, no-obligation in-home consultations. All you got to do is get in touch with them through the website and set up an appointment with a design consultant right now. Receive $1,000 off or no interest for 12 months. Plus, when you mention KTSA, you'll also receive a free fold-down bench seat with your purchase. All you got to do is go to the website and make that appointment today. Zintex.com. That's Zintex.com.
Hey, folks, this is Carl Eggers. You've heard me for over a decade on The Trey Ware Show. When was the last time you had a real financial checkup? Not a quick chat, not a sales pitch, an honest, personal review of where you stand and where you're headed. When you schedule a free financial checkup with us, you sit down with me personally. Not a salesperson, not a high-volume call center. I personally walk you through your current cash flow, your investments, and yes, even your tax return because your financial life isn't a one-size-fits-all. We actively manage your assets using unique, tailored investments, not cookie-cutter models or proprietary products. And we build comprehensive financial plans designed for you, your goals, your family, and your future. Give us a call at 210-526-0057. That's 210-526-0057, or visit creatingricherlives.com.
Investment management services offered by Cap Trust, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Our current disclosures are available on creatingricherlives.com.
If you're thinking of dental implants, have you ever called a dental implant center and asked for a price? A lot of them will offer a free consultation, but that often turns into a sales pitch. Most patients spend more time with the finance department than the doctor, and you're not buying a car, you just want to feel better. At River City Oral Surgery, they do things differently. They believe in health care built on trust, respect, and real patient care by a board-certified oral surgeon and medical doctor who lives here in our community. River City is not part of a corporate chain. There are no sales goals or quotas, no finance department. They even give their prices online at rivercityoms.com or over the phone. The goal is simple: to help patients achieve a healthier, natural, more confident smile. So if you're considering dental implants, you can trust River City Oral Surgery online at rivercityoms.com or 210-778-0002. For a local doctor you can trust River City Oral Surgery.
KTSA News brought to you by Stevens Roofing.
A U.S. blockade of Iranian ports remains in place this morning. Some saying President Trump is cutting off the country's cash register in the process. A woman is dead after she was found shot in a house on the northwest side. Police are looking for clues. And Texas Republican Tony Gonzales and California Democrat Eric Swalwell are both out in the U.S. House. KTSA News, 8:34.
Good morning. As you get into your commute, we do have a couple of trouble spots. This report sponsored by Dell Technologies. Now, this road work finally in the clearing stages on 35 northbound, 1604 to Olympia Parkway. Still going to notice some delays, but they are in the process of picking up those construction cones. I-10 eastbound approaching Fulton, that road work still there, left lane. Dell PCs with Intel Insider, built for the moments that matter, like when you're finishing a big project. And you can't be interrupted by an update. With long-lasting battery life, built-in intelligence, you can stay focused on what matters most. Built for you. Learn more at Dell.com/DellPCS. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA Time Saver Traffic.
A mix of clouds and sun this afternoon, breezy and humid with the high of 85. Still breezy and humid tonight with a thunderstorm in spots late. The low 70 along the Riverwalk and 66 in Hill Country. Warm and humid with clouds and sun and an afternoon and evening thunderstorm Wednesday, the high 84. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina with your KTSA Stevens Roofing AccuWeather forecast.
Right now, 72 degrees and cloudy at San Antonio's severe weather station. I'm Christian Blood. Stay connected at News Talk 550 KTSA FM 1071.
Yeah, 8:35. So we got a war going on.
Oh, do we? Oh,
yeah. We're in the middle of a war.
Thing in the Middle East.
And ceasefire goes until, what is it, 21st? Is when the ceasefire is supposedly going to end. And Iran wants to get back together and talk now that Donald Trump has shut down the Strait of Hormuz.
Foreign Minister Araghchi.
This is the vice president.
She's statement. If you see what Foreign Minister Araghchi said, yes, there's a little bit of bluster. But if you read between the lines, he himself is saying that we were just inches away from an agreement. And I think that what that suggests is the Iranians, one, they're very interested in making a deal. Two, they did move pretty close to our position over the stage of the negotiations. But one thing I'll say, Brett, is Iranians are very different negotiators. At least those Iranians were very different negotiators than we are in the United States. What I did and what Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff did is that we made very clear, look, these are the things that we're willing to give, but these are the things that we must have.
Okay. So, again, good cop, bad cop.
Right. No, I totally get the dynamic there with those guys. That's absolutely what's going on.
Well, President Trump is the bad cop.
Right.
And he's willing to play the bad cop because nobody does it better than him. So he has shut down the Strait of Hormuz, bringing maximum pressure onto Iran now because nothing that Iran buys or sells is going through the Strait of Hormuz. As far as the El Mandab Strait as well, I've mentioned this for the longest since it first came up. Saudi Arabia is not going to stand for that. Saudi Arabia moved all of their business. They made a deal with the Houthis down in Yemen, and they have been sending all of their oil out through the El Mandab. if Iran thinks that they're going to shut it down with the Houthis, Saudi Arabia is going to blow that wide open. They're not going to. They're not going to stand. They've got a strong military. They have nukes. Saudi Arabia has the ability to be able to do that. So they're not going to stand for that. And so Donald Trump is bringing maximum pressure at the Strait against Iran to bring Iran back to the table. Donald Trump offered those 6 points that I talked about yesterday. The main sticking point on that, of course, is the nukes. He keeps saying it over and over again that Iran is not going to get a nuclear weapon. And he means that. And so the other stuff he's willing to give on. He's also saying we're not going to be blackmailed and the world's not going to be blackmailed.
We can't let a country blackmail or extort the world, because that's what they're doing. They're really blackmailing the world. We're not going to let that happen. And, the amazing thing is we don't, can you believe this? We don't use the Strait. We don't need the Strait. We have our own oil and gas, much more than we need. We have more oil and gas than Saudi Arabia. Think of this. We produce more. Saudi Arabia, and add Russia to it, substantially more. And by next year, we'll have double that amount. So we don't need it, but the world needs it. And many ships are heading to our country right now as we speak to load up with the best. Really, I guess you could say, somebody said the best and sweetest. I don't.
It's sweetest. We call sweet crude. Comes here from Texas, and they are coming to the Gulf Coast. 100 of these tankers are going to line up and start filling up with oil out of Texas.
We're going to be the world's gas station. We pretty much are, is what he's saying. And I agree, that, you don't want crazy people having nuclear weapons. He was talking about the dust yesterday with the Uber driver chick. We got to get that too. And certainly that's a huge part of this. But as far as reorganizing the global economy, it's absolutely about that as well. I mean, you think about not just how successful we're going to be, but once you liberate Iran and they can be part of the whole, of being a part of this, they'll thrive as well again, or thrive as well as everybody else will. But China's got to be a little nervous about all this stuff. Russia probably doesn't like hearing, we're going to have double what Saudi Arabia and Russia can produce next year. He's reorganizing the entire globe with this stuff.
A lot of his attention is on China at the moment. He, of course, went to Panama when he first became president, and he said they will not control the Panama Canal anymore, which they were doing. He, of course, went and got Maduro out of Venezuela, and they had close ties to Venezuela. They had close ties to Iran and still do. 90% of Iran's oil is bought by China. And then, of course, it came out yesterday that he and Guilfoyle over in Greece, they did an incredible job together of changing the shipping going in and out of Greece. So that's a major area for shipping, obviously. And they did an incredible job kicking China to the curb. They're not completely out of Greece, obviously, but they were the leader. They were controlling a lot of the stuff that was going on. Well, he worked with Kimberly Guilfoyle, and they were able to change how that's happening over in Greece right now. So he's reordering a lot of stuff that's removing a lot of the stuff that China had built into power. That was the whole Greenland thing.
Oh, yeah.
China's trying to take over Greenland.
That guy I referenced over the weekend, the British guy, was talking about, once we get Greenland, essentially you have changed the power structure of planet Earth for the foreseeable future.
Well, China was trying to get into Greenland.
That's what I mean, yeah.
President Trump is blocking that. So he's doing a lot of stuff to block China because China had been very aggressive, particularly here in the Western Hemisphere.
Oh, sure. But, I mean, you look at, yeah, absolutely. But we talk about the long game with China, just like we talk about the long game with Iran as far as world dominance. And he's putting a stop to that at the gas pump, basically. And he's doing an incredible job of it. And I'm not a big geopolitical analyst, but, I can look at a map and I can figure this stuff out as well. That once he chokes off or gets rid of the regime in Iran, and you have traffic flowing through Hormuz. You have us with our own reserves. We can sell to anybody. They have to come to us to buy oil. Everybody needs oil, including the bad guys. And in large measure, we're going to be controlling the flow of that on the planet. And once you have that, the bad guys need it too. Maybe they're not going to be so bad. You're going to have a completely different world. It's really amazing to watch.
Yeah. Well, here's the vice president talking about that.
Well, it's one of the things we talked about, Brett, is that we need to see the Straits of Hormuz fully open. And this is frankly one of the things where the Iranians tried to move the goalposts during the negotiation. We made very clear that that's unacceptable. We came to the negotiation saying the United States, what we've given here is a ceasefire. We've stopped bombing the country. What we expect the Iranians to give up is a full reopening of the Straits of Hormuz. We have seen, as the president has said, some significant uptick in traffic coming through the Straits of Hormuz. That's good for the global economy. It's good for the United States of America as well. But we haven't seen that full reopening. So our expectation is that the Iranians are going to continue to make progress to opening the Straits of Hormuz. And if they don't, it's going to fundamentally change the negotiation that we have with them.
That's exactly right. All right, let me tell you about my friends over at Alamo Water Softeners, making sure you have great water at your home, because if you don't have a water softener at your home, you don't have great water. In fact, you've got water that's going to do a whole lot of damage in the short and the long run at your house without an Alamo water softener in line. You see, Alamo's different than the others. The others are out there and they're made for just about anywhere in the country, and they're just so-so. They're mediocre. Alamo Water Softeners was invented and made for the hard water deposits that we have here, the particulates we have here. And they'll give you a free evaluation of your water and show you exactly what I'm talking about when you call up our friends over at Alamo Water Softeners and invite them out. That doesn't cost you anything at all to have them come over and test your water to see what's going on with it. But hard water damage, it's tough on your pipes and, of course, all of your appliances that come in contact with water, your fixtures, all that white milky stuff that's on the shower door and that ends up on your chrome of your faucets and so on. That's all from hard water, and all that just tends to coagulate with itself, and it just causes tremendous amounts of trouble to where you end up having to put a new dishwasher in or clothes washer or whatever you have to do. And at Alamo Water Softeners, you don't have to worry about that. I've had mine since 2009. Now we've bought several of them since then because the technology changes and all that stuff. But it's made for the hard water that we have here. Softer skin, softer hair, clothing that lasts longer and looks beautiful for a longer period of time. All of that comes when you get your own Alamo Water Softener, and you do it by logging on, mentioning Trey Ware at AlamoWaterSofteners.com. And for a limited time, when you purchase select water softener systems from Alamo, you're going to get a free reverse osmosis drinking water system. It's simply the best tasting water you've ever had, and it comes from AlamoWaterSofteners.com. AccuWeather forecast: sun and clouds and breezy today. Humid, high of 87. Right now 71 at KTSA.
Good morning. As you get into your commute, we do have a couple of trouble spots. This report sponsored by Dell Technologies. Now, this road work finally in the clearing stages on 35 northbound, 1604 to Olympia Parkway. Still going to notice some delays, but they are in the process of picking up those construction cones. I-10 eastbound approaching Fulton, that road work still there, left lane. Dell PCs with Intel inside are built for the moments that matter, like when you're finishing a big project. And you can't be interrupted by an update. With long-lasting battery life, built-in intelligence, you can stay focused on what matters most. Built for you. Learn more at Dell.com/DellPCS. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA, Time Saver Traffic.
If your floors look worn, dated, or just not your style anymore, you can change that with one visit. I'm Richard Cavazos with Pride Floors and Construction. We are a family-operated business located right outside 1604 in Lock Hill, Soma. Most homeowners tell me they want cleaner, richer, natural-looking floors and beauty that lasts for generations. Popular styles like European oak hardwood floors and luxury vinyl planks continue to be top picks. So when you walk through our showroom, you can explore carpet, hardwood, tile, and luxury vinyl plank in every style. You will see textures, colors, and finishes that help you picture the space you want. We make it easy to visualize your space with beautiful new floors. My team gives you clear guidance, honest answers, and professional installation combined with quality products. You will get a project you can trust and floors that make your home feel new again. Our lifetime installation warranty is part of that promise. Visit our family showroom at 1604 in Lock Hill, Soma. At Pride Floors, we take pride in our floors so you can take pride in your home. I'm Richard Cavazos, and I look forward to seeing you soon.
Update your space and refresh your style at Just Pots. Spring is the perfect time to walk the yard to see their large selection of fountains, terracotta, and pots of all kinds. Over 40,000 pots, all in one spot. 17115 Redland Road, just inside Loop 1604.
What a life-changing experience it is when you go to Here in Texas. My story is a very simple one. I was born with hearing loss. My left ear basically had no hearing. My right ear had very high frequency loss. And when I went and saw Dr. Sally at Here in Texas, she discovered all of that, and she fitted me with hearing aids that have really changed my life. Now I hear my wife better than I ever have, my 2 granddaughters as well. I'm enjoying singing again and living my life, all because of Dr. Sally and the great team at Here in Texas. You know, they accept TRICARE, so if you're military dependent, they're ready to see you at Here in Texas, and they have this wonderful new subscription service. You know, technology changes so quickly these days, so when your hearing aids get out of date, you don't have to worry about buying a new pair because you've subscribed to their service at Here in Texas, ATAR. You're going to find some of the finest people anywhere, the latest, greatest technology, and you're going to hear things you've never heard before at Here in Texas. Log on today and mention Trey Ware. Here in TX.com.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
You've worked your whole life to build that wealth. Have you protected it from lawsuits, probate, and predators? Voller Law Firm specializes in preserving family wealth for generations. Call 210-338-6983 or go online, vollerlaw.com. Tell them Joe Pag sent you to the Voller Law Firm.
Mr. Electric makes sure your home has a good grounding system.
A grounding system directs any dangerous electrical current into the ground instead of your home or loved ones.
Call 210-248-2026 or online at MrElectric.com for a free home safety check.
It's time to improve your home, slow it down, and do it right. Choose a company worthy of your trust and worthy of your family. For windows, siding, and doors, call or visit SouthwestExteriors.com. Southwest Exteriors, the look you love coming home to.
Guests of Ware and Rima appear via the Stevens Roofing Newsmaker Hotline.
Right on, baby, right on. It's 8:49 with Ware and Rima.
Well, everybody's talking about Jesus these days, and I think that's overall a good thing. Just to revisit this story, because it was such a huge story yesterday and over the weekend, this Jesus pick. You know, obviously the Trump and the Pope are having a little bit of a back and forth. The Pope Leo has said he's not afraid of Donald Trump in the latest salvo. But a lot of it, you know, a lot of people were upset by the Jesus picture or Jesus-esque messianic picture posted by the White House, which Donald Trump very clumsily handled yesterday. A couple of times saying that, well, it was about the Red Cross. I'm trying to present myself as a doctor, and nobody's buying it. It's one of those rare moments where the yada, yada, yada just really isn't working. That was a really dumb choice. I think we all know he was trolling the Pope, and that's what that was all about. People reacted very badly. People who normally support him and just about everything reacted to that post very badly, and I don't blame him for it. I personally found it a little distasteful myself.
Well, it was stupid.
Yeah.
It was, raw stupidity on his behalf and shouldn't have done it. But then he compounded it by lying and saying, well, that was the Red Cross and I'm a healer and everybody knows I'm a healer. That's a lie. He knows. He knew who that was depicted there. I'm not going to go so far as to say he was, blaspheming Christ and all of that. Could be, and I can see where some people feel that way about that imagery. But it's just stupid on his behalf when he has so many other more important things that the man needs to be doing.
Oh, sure.
But then when Riley Gaines posted about it on X and said, a little more self-reflection is probably necessary here, or humility, I think is what she said, then he attacks her.
He went after Riley Gaines.
And I'm saying to myself, you know what? Somebody take the dang shovel away from this boy because he just keeps digging deeper and deeper. Now, I love what you're doing for the most part. But when you screw up, man, I'm going to call you on it like I did on the Maria Bartiromo just crappy interview on Sunday. dude, keep your head screwed on straight. And the deal with the picture, the meme yesterday, you got your head turned backwards on that one.
This was one of the rare Trumpian moments where, and I pretty much only hang out on Facebook, I saw more comments from people that I know to be huge Trump supporters who were upset by that. And well, they should be. And again, making it worse. There's nothing worse than being called out on your crap behavior and then trying to BS your way out of it. You just make it 1,000 times worse. Everybody knows it. There's no way you can look at that picture and get Red Cross from it. So I agree. We agree on this that it was a stupid thing to do. It seems like one of those spur of the moment things. And then he made it a lot worse by trying to BS his way through it.
And that's what got me was the lying afterwards.
Yeah,
it's one thing to put that up. Okay, fine. It's blasphemy and all that kind of stuff. But then you turn around and then you come up with a stupid, just a dumb lie about it.
Well, it was a pretty pathetic lie. Had he come out and said, you know what? It was a busy weekend. I'm handling this little Iranian thing. I got the Pope talking smack about me. I was a little sensitive and I reacted poorly. I think it would have been forgotten. I think people would have accepted that, but he didn't do that. And he's one of those guys that some people just can't be wrong. And he made it worse by trying to BS his way through it. We are in the midst of what is very obviously a Christian renaissance in this country. You and I talk about this almost every day. We're seeing more and more young people going back to church. Talk about the Pope. The Catholic Church reports, we talked about this a couple of weeks ago. They've seen a lot of young people converting to Catholicism. We're seeing a lot of young people going to the other denominations, and they're not going to what I always call the rock and roll churches. They're going to the more traditional churches. And I think all of that is good. I think they are not being spiritually nourished by the culture, and they're figuring it out that I need something more. People need purpose. That having been said, I was looking at this story, and this isn't the first time somebody has done something like this. These things exist, but I was reading this story about from this company called Just Like Me, an AI-generated avatar of Jesus, where it's an AI program apparently, and again, we've talked about these programs are out there, where you go on AI and it's like you're talking to Jesus and he responds to you. AI creeps me out in that way, and that it remembers stuff you've said and it tries to converse with you like a regular person. The CEO of it was originally a New York Post story, but I got it through Breitbart. Chris Breed, who is the CEO of Just Like Me, you could feel a little. He's talking about how it'll be Bible verse. You'll be getting good gospel. It's going to be a quality relationship, but it's not Jesus, obviously. I just find stuff like that to be. I mean, AI creeps me out in general. The way we're talking to it, because people are talking to it now. As far as getting it to do stuff, people are forming relationships with AI. I think when you start talking to Jesus through AI, that kind of weirds me out.
When you talk to Jesus through anything other than the Bible, that's creepy enough, because the Bible is the only trusted source of what Jesus said and did.
Or just talk to him out of your own heart, I mean,
well, you can do. No, certainly,
yeah.
You can certainly do that. But
Right.
I'm talking about receiving something back, and so in terms of advice or leading. If it doesn't square with what Scripture says, and look. I use AI enough to know how many mistakes and how many screw-ups AI can do. Elaine was making a meme this morning for our show.
Right.
And in the meme itself, it was supposed to be a picture of you and I. That ain't no more you and I than it is Walter Cronkite and Tom Brokaw.
It didn't look like us at all,
no.
man. It was funny.
And so you can't trust AI to tell you the truth some of the time, maybe all of the time, maybe most of the time. I don't really know, and that's the problem with saying, I'm going to talk to Jesus. No, you're not. You hear from Jesus primarily through the Bible.
Well, and again, I find that when I pray, if I ask God a direct question, I get a direct answer. I don't need AI, and I think the danger,
as long as that answer squares with the Bible.
Well, okay.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying.
I ask God what I should do in certain situations, and He gives me an answer, and it usually makes sense. But when you're talking to Jesus through AI, you are talking to a toaster oven. That's
right.
all. It's not really there. There's nobody there, and that is in a sense, the creepiness of AI that I'm seeing all around me.
And that's what I'm saying. Exactly. And I'm not picking on you. What I'm saying is that if AI tells you, if the Jesus AI tells you in an answer to a question, what should I do about this other woman in my life? Well, you should leave your wife and you should go be with marry this other woman. I don't know that you can square that in the Bible. That's a tough one to try to square. Or, even worse, you should leave this person and go beat up your wife. Go home tonight and beat your wife, that kind of thing. If you got that from AI,
sure,
then that doesn't square with the Bible. Those are egregious, out there responses. It really has to line up with what Scripture says, or it's not the truth.
Well, there's plenty of people out there
And San
who
Antonio police are
lying about Scripture without AI. A lot of it with me is I was raised by folks in the Methodist Church who were like, forge a personal relationship with God. Talk to God like you would talk to God, like you would talk to your dad. You have a question in your heart, ask a direct question.
Absolutely.
I guarantee in my life, every time I have asked God for a direct answer to a question I was struggling with, I got a direct answer.
Absolutely.
I think the danger with this kind of technology is that over time, people are really going to start to see it as a kind of consciousness. They're already there, and it creeps me out.
Well,
man.
They're going to replace God with that.
Well, sure. But just watching people have conversations with it is like I try never to converse with the damn thing because there ain't nobody there. So Jesus avatar, yeah, we could see it coming. Okay, Hallow is doing really well, but I'm not going to pay $60 to pray with Mark Wahlberg. I don't need it. I'm okay. I'm good. A lot of it is just creepy. So, yeah, Jesus avatar, let's see how that works out for you.
All right, more Ware and Rima coming up. KTSA.
Hey, Trey Ware here for the great folks at Mummies over in Hondo. There's more to Mummies. They are South Texas firearm headquarters. If you're looking for anything when it comes to firearms, brands like Benelli and Horizon, Montana, Weatherby, Colt, SIG, Glock, and so much more, there's only one place in Texas to go. That's South Texas firearm headquarters at Mummies in Hondo, with the largest selection of firearms of all kinds. Long guns, handguns, ARs, they've got them all, and they have them in stock for you today. And of course, a huge selection of accessories. If you're looking for it when it comes to optics or anything else, it's at Mummies and Hondo. And ammo, well, all the name brands that you know, that you trust, and you love, you're going to find at Mummies and Hondo. Well, Mummies has everything. Everything from turtle box speakers to poncho shirts to the best deer corn anywhere and best cattle feed too. They've got it all at Mummies and Hondo. When you're looking for anything to do with firearms and accessories, you're going to find it at Mummies and Hondo. Tell them Trey Ware said hello. Hi, Trey Ware here. If you have pain and limited movement, you're not able to do the things you love to do, but you're not interested in surgery to get better, then contact my friends at Evolve Medical Group. They do PRP, stem cell, hormone replacement, and so much more. They even do primary care at evolvemedgroup.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55, but unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
When it comes to hiring a roofer, don't mess around. Call my friends at Stevens Roofing. These guys cover all of South Texas, and I trust them to give you an affordable solution for all your roofing needs. Stevens Roofing, 210-785-0994.
KTSA News brought to you by Stevens Roofing.
This is San Antonio's news, traffic, and weather station.
It's 9 o'clock at KTSA San Antonio. I'm Christian Blood. Vice President J.D. Vance is saying the success of peace talks between the U.S. and Iran is up to Iran. On Monday, Vance said the two sides made progress after meeting in Pakistan, but ultimately Iranian officials refused to agree to too many issues critical to President Trump. Some of those included the surrender of all enriched uranium to the U.S. That's what's needed to make a nuclear weapon. The U.S. is maintaining a blockade off the coast of Iran right now. U.S. House looks quite different this morning. That's because two U.S. representatives have resigned. One is Democrat Eric Swalwell of California. He's accused of sexual misconduct, and that's what also ended his campaign for governor.
Democrats were beginning to line up behind him, particularly labor, and he just got blown out of the water by this episode.
Democrat strategist Steve Maviglio. Texas Republican Tony Gonzales announcing his resignation as well. He admitted to having an affair with a staffer who later committed suicide. There's more on that story on the front page at KTSA.com. San Antonio police investigating the shooting death of a woman at a home on the northwest side. Officers were called to the home around 12:30 Monday afternoon, and when they showed up on Donaldson Avenue, they found a 44-year-old woman dead. They say she'd been shot multiple times. Investigators say the call came in from a homeowner who told police they had been told by a relative a shooting had happened inside the home. So far, there's no word on who the suspect is. Police also trying to figure out the motive. A San Antonio fugitive accused of aggravated sexual assault of a child is headed back to Ware County after his arrest in Mexico last week. Here's KTSA's Stacy Keene.
The U.S. Marshal Service says police in Mexico arrested Isaac Garcia on Friday with help from the Lone Star Fugitive Task Force. Garcia was arrested in 2018 on federal charges of transporting illegal immigrants, but he violated the terms of his release. He was later charged with aggravated sexual assault of a child in Ware County, where he will stand trial. Stacy Keene, KTSA News.
KTSA News Time, 9:02.
Good morning. We've got a new trouble spot, 1604. This report sponsored by Staples. Westbound 1604 Redland Road. Getting reports of an accident. Right lane, stop and go from O'Connor. It's going to set you back about 7-8 minutes. 35 northbound Benz Engelman, that stalls off to the shoulder. And still in the clearing stages, this road work on 35 northbound 1604 to Olympia Parkway. They're in the process of picking up those construction cones. Want a great way to boost your brand? Custom labels at Staples will help packages pop. Shipments stand out. Takeout boxes really take off. Shop now through April 18th and save 30% on all custom labels. Staples, that was easy. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA, Time Saver Traffic.
A mix of clouds and sun this afternoon, breezy and humid with the high of 85. Still breezy and humid tonight with a thunderstorm in spots late. The low 70 along the Riverwalk and 66 in Hill Country. Warm and humid with clouds and sun and an afternoon and evening thunderstorm Wednesday, the high 84. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina with your KTSA Stevens Roofing AccuWeather forecast.
Right now, 72 degrees under cloudy skies at San Antonio's severe weather station. I'm Christian Blood. Stay connected with News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071.
For the parents and the grandparents in the room and listening.
Yes.
We got a new report out today. It's over $300,000 to raise one child.
$300,000.
Over for one child.
Really?
Over $16,000 a year.
Or a Pomeranian.
It's more than that.
What's that?
Or a Pomeranian.
Or a Pomeranian.
I think you're right. I think it's more than that.
I think that's conservative. I'm paying. It feels like I'm paying that in soccer cleats each year.
And you have one.
Yeah.
Man,
well, I got 3, but 2 are grown.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
the 12-year-old.
Are you still doing them too? The grown ones?
Oldest going to college, so not much.
Yeah.
Other ones moved out.
Yeah. It's up 30% over the last 3 years, what it takes to raise a child.
Right,
So,
right.
How do we bring the cost down for child? Because we need people to raise children in this country. How do we bring the cost down?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, in general, you got to bring the general cost of everything down.
Well, particularly
actually,
particularly in this, because we need to encourage more people to have more children in the United States, because we're going to have a dearth of this after the baby boomers are gone, and succeeding generations are going down and down and down in population and in numbers. The country cannot sustain itself. It can't survive with the types of numbers we're looking at right now. We certainly cannot continue with the welfare state the way it is, with the numbers declining the way they are. But there's some real question as to whether or not the country itself can survive on the smaller numbers that we see on the demographics on the horizon. I know, in my case, right, we're grandparents, and ours are pretty much grown. We have one in college, we have another in a trade school. And it can be very expensive. Yesterday, new set of tires for one of them.
Oh, yeah.
Have you bought tires lately?
$1,000.
Tires are made by what?
Petroleum.
So, yeah, and so this is the kind of thing that you're dealing with, and parents everywhere are dealing with it. And can you imagine if you have 3 to 4 of them?
Oh,
well. And the problem is a lot of the younger kids they don't want to have kids. They're just, I mean, you got the trad wife thing going on, but I mean, by and large, I encountered young people who said they don't want to have kids.
Well, and some of it has to do with this cost of living. They look at this and they go, "There's no way I can afford it."
That's the one. That's the one right there.
Yeah. And so we have to make child rearing in this country. First of all, we have to incentivize it again, which means the Democrats need to sit down and shut up because they're the ones who have disincentivized it over the years. But we also need to make it affordable to do so. Some countries actually pay people to have children.
A fact. Yep.
But they do, yeah. I'm trying to think of which. There was a country I was reading about. Well, China. Didn't China demand that people... China demands it. They don't pay you, right?
Well,
but they demand that you have.
China does the opposite.
Yeah.
What they do is they kill babies, and they force abortions over there.
Oh,
I thought
you
can have a certain number, and if you have more than that, they force abortion.
Oh, more than that, but you have to have a certain amount because
I think it's 2 right now. I don't know.
I think
don't
they
want to
can
talk
have
out of my
2
butt here,
now, but for a long time you could only have 1.
That's right.
Oh, you can only have 1.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so. Okay, so what do we do? How do we try to incentivize people to have more babies? Number one, and number two, how do we bring down the cost? $300,000 per child, or $16,000 a year. And I think you're right, Christian. I think that's a low ball number because when you look at everything involved in that, and we're not just talking food and housing and health care. Those things are one equation, but you add all the other stuff in there. My God, you're at $25,000 a year.
You're spending $16,000 a year just in daycare based on your kids' age and whether or not they're potty trained.
That's what I'm saying.
Because they're more expensive until they're potty trained, and then they're cheaper.
And then you haven't done Cub Scouts yet.
And then Jimmy, you know the cost of food, and then health care that you toss in there, all this stuff.
16 sounds way low.
Right, and of course. You are paying. Everybody is paying, whether you're renting or you're buying. Everybody's paying property insurance, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you're paying property insurance, you're also paying education for children as well. And in some cases, you're also paying private education on top of what you're paying through property taxes. So we have this is a big problem. It's not a small deal for the country. I know most people don't think this way.
I'm on the other side. If you can't afford them, don't have them. Or give me a little bit of the juice from your IRS tax refund.
No, I agree with that, Elaine. My point is, I'm not saying that. I'm saying we have to, as a society, find a way to make it more affordable and to incentivize people to do it. How do we? You're looking at me like I'm halfway crazy.
Well,
it's either that or the country goes to hell in a handbasket.
I see what you're saying, but
I see her point though in that. You don't want people having kids before they're ready to have kids.
I'm not saying that. That's not what I'm saying
like you
at
don't
all.
want people getting married before they're ready to be married.
I'm not saying that either. What I'm saying is, though, if we don't have a renaissance, you're talking about a spiritual renaissance in this country. If we don't have a renaissance in child having and child rearing, country's gone. Whether we like it or not, that's a fact of the matter.
We're not going to stop having kids, and we have the new Trump accounts.
You already have stopped having kids.
No, we're not. I'll look at the birth rate. It's still going. We're not done. But with the Trump bank accounts, that's a part of an incentive.
I was going to say.
Compare the birth rate today, Jimmy, to what you're seeing with the baby boomers going away.
Yeah.
And what you're going to see is a decline in the numbers of people who have been having children since the baby boomers.
I don't see how you can incentivize people to have children when, in the end, we're taking care of them afterwards.
Well, I think what I'm saying when I say incentivize people is more or less taking away the disincentives, because for a long time there have been disincentives. Now, we have used the welfare system to create babies that what you're talking about.
Yes.
So we have to stop that.
That's what
number one. And number two, we have to do something about the abortion industry. We kill way too many kids in this country.
Yeah.
We just out and out kill them. We're killing our future.
Well, it makes a lot of money. I mean, abortion is you said it. It's an industry in this country, and it markets to certain people, and they tend to be low-income people, and it makes a lot of money.
And you're killing the future of the country.
All right. Well, we had 3.6 million births last year. That was a 1% decline from 2024.
Yeah.
And 53.1 births per 1,000 women aged 15 to 44. I don't like that 15 part. Good Lord.
I don't like that either.
I have to, if I'm being honest, this is not a problem that I walk around. I really am at that stage in life where I'm honestly, I'm more like Elaine, where, you know what? Don't have a kid until you're ready to have a kid. I understand what you're saying. Overall population, we need bodies, right? You need bodies. You need people to populate the country, and we don't want to see but I'm just at that stage in life where young people come up to me and I'm like, don't do any of that until you are ready to do that. Now, I understand Charlie Kirk's message, which was about, getting married young and having kids and raising a family, and it's an enriching experience. But again, it's only an enriching experience if it's something that you really, really want to do and you're ready to do.
For it.
Yeah.
They were ready for it.
Well,
they have the money.
We're having two different discussions here on that front.
Yeah,
okay?
Who's ever ready?
Right. Well, that's a fact too. That's a fact. He's right.
No.
But
they prepare.
But we're having two different discussions here. We're having one that says, "Hey, unless you're personally ready, okay." My discussion is more globally, which is, and you know what? The guy I consider to be the smartest futurist in this country, who is it? Who would you say? Possibly
Donald Trump?
No, the smartest futurist in this country and probably on the planet. Who would you say that might be?
Elon Musk.
Correct. And what is Elon?
We can't use him as an example. He's got like 18
He's populating
kids.
the country by himself.
That's what I'm saying. And why? That's funny, but why is he doing that?
Because he's ready?
No, because he talks.
bored.
Guys, read him. Or listen to him and read him. He talks about this all the time. If we don't start doing this, and he says, I'm going to do my part. If we don't start doing this, we as a country, as a nation, are done.
And I get what you're saying. It's two different conversations.
Yes,
you're talking about population, okay? Just population. You have to have a population for a country.
Here's what I'm saying. I'm not saying you have to. We have to. I'm trying to incentivize a bunch of people who shouldn't be having kids or aren't ready to have kids or whatever. And Christian's got a great point. Who's ever ready? 100% ready to have a child. Okay, I'm ready. But what I am saying is it's, number one, too expensive, and there's too many disincentives out there. We have created a system that's an anti-family, anti-child system in this country.
But that's why the trad wife thing is so revolutionary, that young people are looking at that. Young women are looking at that life and figuring out it's something that they genuinely want. And certainly that was Charlie Kirk's message.
I hope so. That's one component.
Right,
that's one part of it. But as a people, $300,000 at probably more like $20,000-$25,000 a year to raise a child, you ain't gonna get nobody gonna be able to do that. Much less raise 3 or 4 of them, which is what. When we were young, that was what it was. It was 3 kids or more.
Well, and culturally, you pretty much saw the assault on the American family begin in the 60s and kind of as zenith, 80s and 90s and 00s, and that you have entire institutions, and a lot of this trans stuff fits into that have systemically tried to break up the idea of the family, the American family.
100%. The welfare system and the abortion industry colluded together to reduce the numbers of families in this country. 100%. That's a provable fact. That the abortion industry and the welfare system colluded together to reduce the birth rate population in the United States. And that's not good.
I don't think the welfare system does that.
Oh,
I think it encourages
guarantee you the
to
welfare.
Have more kids.
Not
everybody.
Not
she does
everybody.
have a point, though. I mean,
not everybody.
Yes.
Not everybody.
The more kids you have, the more money you get through that system.
In a certain population, in a certain segment, in a certain demographic. But in others, you are disincentivized. If you are middle class or upper middle class, you are penalized for having children in this country.
Oh, sure.
I speak from experience. When you get into middle class or upper middle class, they take away from you the more children that you have.
You're absolutely right.
That's true. And so we have to say, and they incentivize lower classes to have children.
They incentivize poor people to have lots of kids, basically, because you can get more money. But the people who have to pay for that ultimately are the middle class.
So there you go.
There we go.
There's the.
We haven't solved the issue.
Well,
no.
make people better looking and serve more liquor.
There you go. More booze, better looking people, Trey. You'll have plenty of future Americans.
Doesn't one do the other, Elaine? If you have more liquor, they become better
ask
looking.
Elon Musk.
Wasn't that song? Don't the girls all get prettier at closing time? The more liquor you have, the prettier they are.
Let's start embracing hand-me-downs, people. All right, save money. Don't buy the new kids new clothes. Give them the old ones.
Hey, that's what I did for a long time.
That's what everyone did. Back
then.
I wore this when I was 16.
Yeah, I had an older brother and a younger sister, so he got new stuff. I got hand-me-downs. She got new stuff because she was a girl. So they both got new stuff, and I got to hand-me-downs. But I didn't mind because it was really cool stuff.
Right. Interesting. So anyway, you got the hand-me-downs. You just always did.
Sure. I don't care.
But not your sister's hand-me-downs.
No,
not that.
I think you look cute in a little tank top.
Not back in the 60s.
With some ruffles.
That was a bad idea back then. All right, let me tell you about my friends over at Own Well. Since we're talking about making things more affordable, make your home more affordable, and property taxes. It is property tax season. Did you get your statement already? Did you see what it's going to cost you? Okay, all right. If that's happened to you already, reach out to Own Well. It takes 3 minutes to sign up. We did it a number of years ago. Saved us thousands of dollars on our property taxes, and we are still clients, friends, customers, family, everything else with OwnWell at ownwell.com. They have close to a 90% success rate. If they don't get your property taxes reduced, you don't owe them anything, not one single dime. A lot of these other firms that you may hire to do this for you, they're going to charge you whether they win your case or not. Not with OwnWell. Nope. Takes you 3 minutes, and that's it. 3 minutes to sign up at ownwell.com. They make the case, they get your property taxes reduced, and they are really, really good at this. But don't wait, because the 15th is going to be here before you know it. I'm talking about May 15th. And that's the deadline for most counties for you to file your protests. So right now is the time to sign up. Again, 3 minutes at ownwell.com. Mention Trey Ware when you do it. Ownwell.com. AccuWeather forecast: clouds, the sun, breezy, and humid, high of 87 today. Right now, 71 cloudy, KTSA.
Good morning. As you head into your midday commute, we've got a trouble spot on the far north side on 1604 westbound at Redland Road. It is an accident. Right lane, 6-8-minute delay. Stop and go from O'Connor. 35 northbound Ben Zengelman. That's a stall up to the shoulder. I-10 eastbound as you approach Fulton. Road work left lane. And this road work is in the clearing stages. I promise they are in the process of picking up these construction cones. 35 northbound, 1604 to Olympia Parkway. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA, Time Saver Traffic.
Local roots, national focus, global perspective. Stay connected. News Talk 550, KTSA, and FM 107.1.
Upgrade your backyard with the custom patio cover from Precision Windows and Doors. Call us at 210-596-6588. PrecisionWindowsSA.com.
Most financial advisors only manage your money. They refer you out for taxes. They refer you out for estate planning. They refer you out when things get complicated. Did they really vet that person? Or did they meet once, exchange business cards, and call it a partnership? A referral isn't accountability. It's a handoff. When your investments, taxes, and estate plan are built separately, gaps happen, and those can cost money. At Trajan, we didn't build a referral network. We built a family office for all. Wealth, tax, estate. One team delivering coordinated planning, once reserved for the ultra-wealthy. If you want real coordination and not just introductions, call Trajan Wealth today.
Call Trajan today at 210-201-7100. That's 210-201-7100.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
A bathroom remodel is not just about looks. It's about comfort, safety, and function, too. Trey Ware here with Safe Showers and Bathwise. They have now joined forces with New Bath Today to bring you more. They're the same trusted people, same great service, and now a whole lot more for you and your new bathroom remodel. New Bath Today still offers beautiful new showers, tub-to-shower conversions, walk-in tubs, and safety upgrades, but now they've expanded to include more complete bathroom remodeling, including toilets, flooring, vanities, and more. So whether you want a safer shower or a total bathroom refresh, I recommend you get in touch with New Bath Today. They can help you create a bathroom that looks better, feels better, and works better for your life. You get quality products, expert installation, and a smoother experience from start to finish. And right now, get $1,500 off your new shower plus low monthly payments. Get your free quote today at newbathtoday.com. New Bath Today, the same trusted team now with more for your bathroom. newbathtoday.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oil isn't the only resource hit hard by global events. American farmers are sounding the alarm by fertilizer prices at planting season. Will this disrupt our food supply? Raising prices cause shortages? I'm not waiting to find out, and neither should you. Go to mypatriotsupply.com, get a 3-month emergency food supply. They'll include $200 worth of extra survival protein absolutely free. After serving more than 3 million American families since 2008, you can trust mypatriotsupply.com. Go to mypatriotsupply.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/save. ethos.com/save. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
San Antonio's most listened to news talk station, 550 KTSA and FM 107.1.
Let's make some kids.
So this is how we're going to increase the population, that's for sure.
Right, man.
Anna Paulina Luna just tweeted this, and I've shared it on my account at Trey Ware Show. If Congressman Swalwell has not resigned with the clerk of the House by 2 p.m. today, I will continue my resolution regarding his expulsion. His statement about his plan to resign his seat is not binding and is wormy, and the same goes for Tony.
Wormy, I love that. That's a good word, man.
She's great.
Wormy. They are wormy, man. Well, I got 2 Sam Altman stories. OpenAI guy. First off, his house in San Francisco has been hit twice with attacks. Some guy was shooting at his front gate. Another couple threw a Molotov cocktail. But the story I was looking at, because we've been talking about AI a lot today, and there's a bill in Illinois that has to do with liability when it comes to AI. And it's about mass casualty incidents where I guess you would be able to link. Now, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a legal expert, but just kind of making my way through the story. They're looking for extra, and this is AI. I mean, this guy is, but I mean, the idea is that AI should be protected legally from responsibility if, let's say, somebody gets into a relationship with an AI bot or whatever you call them and ends up doing a shoot 'em up or ends up going and killing a bunch of people or terrorism or things of that nature, that the tech industry itself is looking for some layer of legal protection from responsibility for that. And I'm not exactly sure how I feel about that as of yet. People are ultimately responsible for what they do, and even if you're interacting with AI, you are making a string of choices. But the flow of the algorithms and the subtleness and seductive nature, I think, of these AI relationships, I don't know. One could make the argument that AI would have a responsibility in if somebody were to be encouraged by AI to do something bad.
I didn't read it that way. When I read the story, what I interpreted as is if you use AI as a tool, then AI is indemnified.
Right.
You can hold the person accountable. Like what they specifically were talking about was mass casualty event. Where it's used as like a weapon of mass destruction, something along those lines.
Like
a nuclear attack.
To orchestrate an actual terrorist attack.
Yes.
But the next layer would be.
Could be.
Do you know what I'm saying? The next layer would be, but if somebody goes and they're having a relationship with AI and then they go and do a shoot 'em up, is my company responsible for what happened because they interacted with my AI? I mean, it seems to me that's where that's the direction the tech companies would want to go in. Just like we've seen, they as far as publishing things on social media. Remember how we talked about the legality of what is publishing and what is a public format or a public platform?
Well, I was just about to bring that up. The 223s that we have with the carve-out 223 that we have for social media. And for tech, that shouldn't exist.
Right.
That should have gone away a long time ago because what they say is, well, we're not an editorial feature. We are just a platform. But they most certainly are an editorial feature because as we found out during the Biden years, they were crap canning stories. So
you bring up Elon buying X all the time absolutely.
Well, okay, the most egregious, of course, was Hunter's laptop. Where they just took it down.
Right.
If you tried to talk about Hunter's or COVID, if you tried to talk about specific aspects of COVID, like, natural immunity and all that, they just took your post down.
Right.
So they should have got, 223 should have been gone a long time ago.
Right.
And so I'm very weary of any carve-outs for these folks. If you're going to create it, then you're going to have some responsibility.
And we're really learning, and we're seeing more and more cases where people do forge relationships with it, and it does influence their behavior. And I think we're entering a brave new world, obviously, where we still don't really know the responsibility of what.
But the problem is we go too far and we excuse then the person who actually commits the crime.
Well, you don't want to go.
Nope.
You don't want. That's what I said. People know what they're doing. They're making choices when they're interacting with AI.
Absolutely.
But the onslaught of algorithms and the conversations that you get into is also very powerful. So probably the answer lies somewhere in the middle.
Well, it probably does. It's also, it can be one of those nose under the camel's tent. You got to be very careful about that because anybody can blame anybody for anything that they do. They can be watching, and they do. They can be watching the TV, and there's Bill Hemmer right there, and they're really upset about these oil tankers turning around amid the U.S. blockade that's up there on Fox News, and they go shoot up a bunch of people and say, well, Bill Hemmer pissed me off this morning.
They've tried to make that argument against guys like you and me with what we do.
I was going to say
you guys need to be really responsible with what you say because some crazy person might hear it and go do something awful.
Right, and I'm not accepting responsibility for anybody.
I don't either.
Anybody's nutso behavior. All right, here in Texas, HEAR at Here in Texas, they have the answers for you. And by the way, it's not just better hearing that I'm talking about here when I talk about Here in Texas. Done a lot of research into hearing throughout my life because I've had a hearing disability throughout my life. But I can tell you this, and it was a birth defect that I've lived with my entire life. And thank God for Dr. Sally and her great team of audiologists because they've helped me out a tremendous amount over there. But there are other health effects from poor hearing. Let's talk about balance for just a minute, okay? That can be a real issue for folks. Or onset dementia. That can also be an issue. And the research is pointing to this unbelievably so. The longer you put off getting hearing aids and being able to hear better, the more chances you have of coming down with or having issues with dementia later in life. You want to deal with this, and you want to deal with it right up front. And Here in Texas is simply the best outfit I've ever seen for this. They do an eval on your hearing, find out what's going on. Then they come up with a plan. Not everybody's the same. Everybody is completely different. So they come up with a plan that is specific for you to help you, not only with your hearing, but the balance issues and so on and so forth, dementia and all that kind of stuff that we know can be possibly related to poor hearing. Check with our friends over at Here in Texas for this and so much more. Just go online here in Texas, hereintx.com.
Stop living with floors you hate. At Pride Floors, we bring your home to life with the latest hardwood floors, luxury vinyl planks, and carpet. Expert installation built to last. Visit our showroom today or our website at pridefloors.com. My name is Richard Cavazos at Pride Floors.
Hey, it's Sean, and a second opinion is always a good idea as a general rule in life. A lot of folks right now are looking at their AC systems, and you're wondering, is it going to do the job this summer if we get triple digits, which we usually do? Maybe you've already had somebody come out. Talk to my friends at John Wayne Service Company. Have them come out and look at your AC system. I've had them come out and do that for me for about 8 years. I trust their advice, and it's a great second opinion because you may have some outfit go in there and look at your unit and tell you need a whole new system, and you don't. When John Wayne Service Company comes by, they'll take a look at your HVAC, and they'll give you the straight advice on whether it needs a cleaning, whether you need some replacement parts, or whether you need a whole new system. Again, a second opinion can save you from replacing a system you might not need to replace. That's why they offer free estimates to help you compare your options and make a smart choice. So call my friends up at John Wayne Service Company and have them take a look at your AC system, 210-293-6700, or look them up online at johnwayne.com.
Well, you can't turn on the news or open a business journal lately without seeing these two letters, AI. Hey, Trey Ware here. I know what many of you business leaders are feeling, that mounting pressure to do something. But here's the reality. Rushing into AI just to say you're doing it is a fast track to security breaches, compliance nightmares, and a whole lot of wasted capital. That's why I want to tell you about Bridgehead IT. They aren't here to sell you on the latest shiny object or trending bot. They're here to give you a strategy. It starts with their AI assessment. Bridgehead IT sits down with your team to identify where AI can actually deliver measurable value and where it's just noise. They prioritize protecting your sensitive data and ensuring your transition is secure from day one. Bridgehead IT focuses on clarity first. You get a roadmap built on outcomes, not hype. If AI is on your roadmap for 2026, start with the experts who put security and your bottom line first. Visit bridgeheadit.com. That's bridgeheadit.com.
Oil isn't the only resource hit hard by global events. American farmers are sounding the alarm by fertilizer prices at planting season. Will this disrupt our food supply? Raising prices cause shortages? I'm not waiting to find out, and neither should you. Go to mypatriotsupply.com, get a 3-month emergency food supply. They'll include $200 worth of extra survival protein absolutely free. After serving more than 3 million American families since 2008, you can trust mypatriotsupply.com. Go to mypatriotsupply.com.
My name is Tino, and I want to tell you about the Institute for Functional Health. I met Dr. Torres not long ago. I was overweight, my joints were inflamed, and I was in constant pain. I had visited doctors before, but lost all hope because the treatment options were all the same. Surgery or a bunch of prescribed medications I did not want to take. I called the Institute for Functional Health to set an appointment with Dr. Torres. Over the next few weeks, Dr. Torres changed my life. I've lost 30 pounds, have more energy than ever before, no pain, and my labs are perfect. Even my former doctors cannot believe it. I am now 61 and feel like I am 31 thanks to Dr. Torres and his staff. I feel incredible. The results were so good, my wife called the Institute for Functional Health. Dr. Torres has totally changed our lives.
Call Dr. Torres at the Institute for Functional Health for a free consultation. 468-1891. That's 468-1891 for the Institute for Functional Health.
At River City Oral Surgery, they do things differently. So if you're considering dental implants, you can trust River City Oral Surgery online at rivercityoms.com or 210-778-0002. Trust River City Oral Surgery.
Now's the time to save at TELUS Equipment Solutions. We've made tractor buying easy with 0% financing for 84 months on John Deere tractor packages. Each tractor package comes with attachments, giving you a complete, ready-to-work solution for your property. Our team is here to help you choose the right package to match your land and your goals. Stop by your nearest TELUS Equipment Solutions location or visit us online at telusequip.com. Offer ends April 30th, 2026. Restrictions apply. See dealer for complete details.
For victims of drunk and drug driving, our grief is unique, but you are not alone.
You always have a place at MAD. Call our 24-hour victim helpline at 877-MAD-HELP or visit mad.org.
A bathroom remodel is not just about looks, it's about comfort, safety, and function too. Safe Showers and Bathwise have joined forces with New Bath Today to bring you more, including showers, tubs, flooring, and vanities. Get $1,500 off your new shower at newbathtoday.com.
KTSA News brought to you by Stevens Roofing.
Another round of peace talks between the U.S. and Iran could be on the way, but until then, the U.S. Navy is blocking all Iranian ports. Israel and Lebanon will soon be talking, and that's going to be happening in the nation's capital. And they're still trying to figure out if a camp in the Hill Country is responsible for those who died in last summer's deadly overnight flood. Got more on those stories and others coming up at 10 o'clock. KTSA News Time, 9:36.
Good morning. Still working that trouble spot on the far north side on 1604. This report sponsored by Mothers Against Drunk Driving. Got an accident westbound 1604. It's at Redland Road in the right lane. 7-8 minute delay has you slow from Judson Road. On I-10 eastbound as you approach Fulton, that road work is taking up a main lane, left lane blocked. For victims of drunk and drug driving, your grief is unique, but you're not alone. You always have a place at MAD. Call the 24-hour victim helpline, 877-MADD-HELP or MADD.org. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA, Time Saver Traffic.
A mix of clouds and sun this afternoon, breezy and humid with the high of 85. Still breezy and humid tonight with a thunderstorm in spots late. The low 70 along the Riverwalk and 66 in Hill Country. Warm and humid with clouds and sun, and an afternoon and evening thunderstorm Wednesday, the high 84. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina with your KTSA Stevens Roofing AccuWeather forecast.
Still looking at cloudy skies, 71 degrees at San Antonio's severe weather station. I'm Christian Blood. Stay connected with News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071.
I'm not looking at cloudy skies.
You
You might be, but I'm not.
You are a cloudy sky.
I don't see.
You are a cloudy sky, Trey. Wow.
Yeah,
I don't see no damn clouds. We're inside.
Well, they put a curtain over my window, so I can't see the skies no more. I used to be able to see the skies. My window?
The window is covered up. We
I
can't
guess
see it.
I was telling a little bit of a lie.
You don't like the way I talk?
I like the way you talk.
Thank you. You know, when I'm not on the radio, that's how I really talk. I talk like that all the time.
Let's just talk like this throughout the rest of the show.
Talk like Sling Blade.
Let's just do it.
You should see me when I get around my people, man. That's exactly what comes out.
Oh, yeah.
We are your people, too.
Well, I know, but I have to clean it up so people on the radio understand what I'm saying.
Oh.
You think they
know darn
understand?
thing come out my mouth, would you? You wouldn't know it, would you?
That's how you talk when you's off the air,
you
Trey
know what I'm
Ware.
saying.
That's what you saying?
You have no idea what I'm saying.
Trey assumes they understand as it is.
I hear banjos in my head.
Banjos.
You know, you go right ahead, Mr. Blood, Mr. A minus.
That's me.
That's my new name for him.
Mr. A minus. Why?
A minus, because that's what he is. He's A negative.
He's his blood type.
Yeah.
I get
You
it.
were calling him plasma.
I was calling him plasma. I hear that all the time.
That's a classic.
Like I hear Tupperware and underwear.
That's back to second grade.
Yeah, it really is.
Christian plasma.
Hey, Trey, it's Carl. There are places out on I-35 where there are no visible lanes, and I can't navigate it myself.
Oh, my God.
I think that's why we're all crashing out here and can't drive through the construction zones from 410 to Schertz, but especially around the Forum Drive at your own risk. Be careful. TxDOT ain't making it, brother. Hope you can tell everybody to beware. There's no identifiable lanes in many places. Thanks, and love you, brother. Well, love you too, Carl. And, yes, I've had that conversation with TxDOT over and over again. Here's the major issue that we have with TxDOT and why this is such a mess.
Right.
They work when people are on the road trying to get to work, and when people are at work, they don't work. So,
in a nutshell, that's pretty much
let me just boil it down for you, Carl, and everybody else. Everybody at TxDOT is drunk, and they need to go home. They don't have a clue as to what makes sense or what they need to be doing. Now, Carl is correct. There are several places where the lanes are not marked. And so, and I go through one every day going home. And invariably, if you're in the right-hand lane, then the middle lane has no marking on it, and people in the middle lane decide they need to be in the right-hand lane because there's marking over there called a wall. So they start to drift over that direction, and you get a crash there a couple of times, 3 times, 4 times a week. I'm really, because you people are tired of hearing me talk about it, I'm really over talking about it. The other thing that they do is they'll close lanes. They'll close it down to 1 lane, and they ain't working. There's nothing going on. They just not working, and they got it down to 1 lane. This, again, you cannot make that make sense at all. There's no way that makes sense. If there's no guys working there, there's no reason to have all of the lanes except 1. They leave 1 open, and nobody's hitting a lick. Nobody's doing that. That does not make any sense. But I gave up, Sean and Jimmy and everybody else. I gave up trying to talk sense into text doc because that's a fool's errand right there.
I really don't get the working during rush hour. I grew up. I mean, where I grew up, there was always a lot of construction. I mean, DC and Annapolis, but they were always redoing a road. It was constant, or the bridge. They were working on the bridge. You never saw crews working during rush hour. You just never saw it.
I leave here at 10. Where's everybody at 10 o'clock?
At work.
I go down I-35 and they ain't hitting a lick.
Oh, yeah.
So
now,
why is this?
Now, I'm not bitching about the overnight stuff that when I'm driving in, except that they close every lane except for 1, and there's nobody working. That I got a big complaint about. As long as they're working, I expect them to work in the middle of the night.
That's when they should be working.
Right. I expect that. I got no gripe coming. But during morning drive, and then again when I leave and get back out there, there's nobody working.
Right.
And they got it wide open when everybody's at work. Why aren't you doing it? Everybody's at the office. What are you laughing at? I know I said I wasn't going to talk about it. Here I am talking about it.
That's exactly what I'm
dun, dun.
I can read your mind, man.
Dun, dun, dun.
Well, it just, you know.
Well, it doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't make any sense.
So, Carl, I hear you, brother. And they had a major crash on 1518 this morning because a lot of people at Ware Seguin Road, because a lot of people went out to 1518 to try to get out to I-10.
Right.
And it's not 1518 at Ware Seguin is not built for this. So they had a big crash there. They got big crashes on 2252 and Bracken and everything because they got it all screwed up, too, through Garden Ridge and Bracken.
Well, I know in my part of the world up in the northwest side, I avoid going on – first off, I avoid going downtown, but 1604 linking up with 35, okay? 1604 is a mess.
Same thing.
You never know what lane you're in.
Same thing.
And I can't stand that. That drives me crazy. When I can't tell which freaking lane I'm in or if I'm in a lane.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what Carl said.
Yeah.
They're not marked. So you're screwed
up. You have
up.
no idea where you are, and you got to make choices in seconds.
Right.
You know, it's scary. It can be scary stuff.
Well, let me give you some good news here.
These are fantastic numbers, Cheryl. Look at this report, because what we're seeing is it has not trickled down fully to the producer, which is good news because maybe they're not going to pass it on to the consumer for the next report. But great reporting, Cheryl. We got a rally on stocks. These numbers are much better than expected.
Yeah, but we're talking about the producer price index. It did not go down to the producer, and so the numbers look really, really good. I'm not going to get in the weeds on all this, but the numbers on the producer price index looks great. We thought it was going to be all screwed up because the price of energy in March, but it did not have the effect we thought it was going to. Or let's put it this way, that the Democrats were hoping it was going to have.
Think about that. They were hoping for it to be bad.
They want you to have maximum pain at the airport and everywhere that you go. And so that was Maria Bartiromo reporting that this morning. And so they're really fired up about the numbers that they got. And so's the stock market. It's rallying right now. It's back up to around 49,000.
Again, bad for Democrats. That's what they don't want. The economy to be thriving going into the midterms.
Well, they don't want it to thrive at any time. And because Donald Trump is the president, and so as long as he's president, they don't want it to thrive. But no matter what they try to do, no matter what happens, it keeps coming back strong. And one of the reasons is great bankers, and our friends over at Amegy Bank are absolutely the best. When it comes to family banking, you're not going to find a better bank anywhere. Amegy focuses their attention and their time, their talent, and their treasure on working for Texas families, making sure you have the financial resources to meet and exceed all of your family goals. They have a new branch over here at Bitters and 281. They are your go-to bank for small business loans. And the best bank for SBA loans that you're going to find anywhere is Amegy Bank. Really nice folks. You can go into one of the more than 80 branch locations. I just mentioned the Bitters and 281 brand new location. You can go in there and have a free cup of coffee and just talk about your family's needs, your small business needs. They'll put together a plan that's going to work for your family and for you, for your business. If you want to talk about a mortgage, or this is how Nancy and I got hooked up with them at the very beginning many, many years ago. We wanted to refi our current mortgage, and they saved us, I'm going to say tens of thousands on our mortgage, the way they refinanced it for us over 15 years ago. And so we do a lot of other business now with Amegy, and because things go so well with our businesses, Nancy and I are in a growth with our businesses. We're starting new companies and doing those kinds of things. Amegy is going to get all that business too because of what they do and how they handle family businesses. So it's simple. You can just go in and see them at one of these branch locations, or go online to AmegyBank.com. Amegy NA, member FDIC, equal housing lender. Clouds and sun, breezy and humid today, high near 87 and 72 and cloudy. KTSA.
Good morning. We're still working that trouble spot on 1604. This report sponsored by the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation. We've got an accident 1604 westbound at Redland Road. It's in the right lane. 5-7-minute delay has you slow from Judson. 35 northbound Benton Engelman. That stalls off to the shoulder. And this road work at I-10 eastbound approaching Fulton in the left lane. The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has been at the forefront of inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years. Learn more at Crohn'sColitisFoundation.org. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA Time Saver Traffic.
Well, it is springtime, and we're going to be coming up on the hot weather here in South Texas. And we've had a lot of rain, actually, over the past couple of months. And these two factors can really do some bad stuff to your roof. Now, if you're like me, I'm not a roofer. I could be up there all day long and not know what I'm looking at. That's why a couple of times I've had Stevens Roofing and Solar come on out to my place and do a free roof inspection. They know what they're looking at. They're licensed with the city of San Antonio. It doesn't matter if it's your personal home or your business, metal or composition. As far as the roofing, they know what they're looking at. And they'll go up there and go over every square inch of your roof. And again, doesn't cost you anything. And then the technician will come on down, and if you have an issue, we can show you on the computer exactly what your problem is. And if you need some options, they can call your insurance agent. That's what happened to me the second time. So have them come on out at Stevens Roofing and Solar and take a look at your roof for free. You can set that up by calling 210-785-0994. Look them up online at stevensroofing.net.
I'm James, owner of Patriot Dryer Vent Cleaning. Clogged dryer vents are a leading cause of house fires, and it's important that they're cleaned annually. Schedule your cleaning today at cleanmydryervent.org. That's cleanmydryervent.org. Keep your family safe with Patriot Dryer Vent Cleaning.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com. Oh, I'm ready! And get ready for the workday.
I love my Connecticut water softener. Dave here, and yes, I own a Connecticut. Other water softeners just can't measure up. So if your old unit keeps breaking, leaking, or burning through salt, stop paying for frustration. A Connecticut doesn't run on electricity. It powers itself using your water flow and only cleans itself when needed, not on a timer. And Connecticut backs its efficiency claims with independent testing through the Water Quality Association. Connecticut protects your plumbing and appliances. It helps dishes and fixtures stay cleaner and leaves your skin and hair feeling better. And right now, with the purchase of a Connecticut, you receive a free reverse osmosis drinking station at your kitchen sink. For clean, pure water 24/7, call Connecticut of San Antonio and the Hill Country, 210-656-PURE, and tell them Dave Ramsey sent you.
ConnecticutSA.com.
License number 38961.
Health insurance decisions can change quickly, and making the wrong choice can cost you. I'm Justin Holland, host of the Mad Insurance Show right here on KTSA. We're a broker at Texas State Insurance Services. Whether you're turning 65 and exploring Medicare, need individual or family coverage, or a business owner reviewing employee benefits, we can help you compare your options and make confident decisions. Visit us at txstateinsurance.com or call us at 210-880-5316 to schedule your coverage review today.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
What a life-changing experience it is when you go to Here in Texas. My story is a very simple one. I was born with hearing loss. My left ear basically had no hearing. My right ear had very high frequency loss. And when I went and saw Dr. Sally at Here in Texas, she discovered all of that. And she fitted me with hearing aids that have really changed my life. Now I hear my wife better than I ever have, my 2 granddaughters as well. I'm enjoying singing again and living my life. All because of Dr. Sally and the great team at Here in Texas. You know, they accept TRICARE, so if you're military dependent, they're ready to see you at Here in Texas. And they have this wonderful new subscription service. You know, technology changes so quickly these days, so when your hearing aids get out of date, you don't have to worry about buying a new pair because you've subscribed to their service at Here in Texas, HEAR. You're going to find some of the finest people anywhere, the latest, greatest technology, and you're going to hear things you've never heard before at Here in Texas. Log on today and mention Trey Ware. Here in TX.com.
These are today's top headlines.
Iran's nukes and the opening of the Strait of Hormuz are back on the table as the U.S. works towards new peace talks. A powerful super typhoon has formed near the Marianas in the Pacific with 130-mile-an-hour winds, making it a Category 4. California's Eric Swalwell and Texas's Tony Gonzalez will leave their congressional seats over sexual abuse allegations.
Don't miss a thing. Stay connected for whatever's next.
News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071.
Get the latest local news, weather, and traffic online at KTSA.com.
This is News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071.
Hoorah! 9:52. Ware and Rima, KTSA.
Well, just a side note, Todd Blanche was just on Fox News, and it was kind of an all-encompassing interview as far as I could tell about various issues. But one of the things I saw, and you don't hear about a lot of the great stuff that Trump has already done in the current news cycle, but fentanyl poisonings and overdoses are markedly down in this country. He's
blowing it up.
Since he started blowing up drug boats, which he said he was going to start doing to Iranian mine ships in the Strait if they didn't start abiding by what we want them to do.
Kind of weird if you blow it up in the ocean, it doesn't happen.
Well, and then it just stops it when you button up the border. It just kind of really dramatically slows down people dying from fentanyl, which came to our reality through the Biden administration, or, again, we always use that term loosely. So I just thought that was a cool thing.
That was a great 4 years, wasn't it?
It was great for talk radio. It sucked for everybody else. The Biden years?
Yeah. Great 4 years. Wonderful 4 years for the country.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, yeah.
The country did great things over those 4 years.
God.
Yeah.
I saw, this is a totally different story, but this is interesting. You know that have you noticed that when people say, let's boycott a business because they either support Donald Trump or they're MAGA, that the boycott tends to have the opposite effect in that they tend to sell more of whatever it is that they sell?
Sure.
We have another one now. I don't try to roll the R's. I'm a white guy. Roberto's Taco Shop. They have about 80 locations. Started in the mid-'60s by Roberto and Dolores Robledo. Serves traditional Mexican food. Again, more than 80 locations across 3 states, including Texas. Their son is the CEO. Somebody on TikTok, I guess, figured out or believes that he is a Trump supporter. He's MAGA. And so now they are calling for a boycott of these 80 locations across California, Nevada, and Texas of Roberto's Taco Shop. If I'm the son, Ronaldo, I'm thanking them for their boycott because he's going to sell a lot of tacos.
Best thing can happen to you.
As soon as you get targeted by these people,
sure,
your stuff starts flying off the shelves, and you got business like you've never had it before.
100%.
Why don't they figure it out? Why don't the idiots who call for these boycotts ever figure it out?
Do you want the short answer?
Sure.
Because Democrats are dumbasses.
Apparently. That's some supreme dumbassery if you haven't picked up on the fact that boycotts against Donald Trump supporting businesses tend to go in the opposite direction.
Never work.
You're going to sell Ronaldo a lot of tacos in California, Nevada.
Conversely, if you're Bud Light and you put a dude in a dress in a bathtub drinking Bud Light and you take that approach, it kills your brand.
Yeah.
Which is exactly what happened to Bud Light.
Go woke, go broke.
That's right.
Hollywood is also learning this.
Mm-hmm.
With a lot of the crap they've been
NASCAR.
putting out. NASCAR.
NASCAR used to be the hottest growing sport,
Right.
fastest growing sport, and they're killing it. Well, okay, NFL. Okay, the reason the NFL is having to leave America and attract crowds and viewers in other countries,
right,
to pissed off this country so bad.
Well, absolutely. I mean, when they went political, people don't watch sports for politics. They watch sports to get away from politics. That's why I watch baseball. It's largely hasn't been touched, but for the most part. But anyway, I just thought it was funny. Like, you really think you're going to have that effect on this guy who's got a very successful business already? Have you ever been to? I've never been to a Ronaldo's. Roberto's taco shop.
We had a Rolando Super Taco in
Right.
San Antonio. We had several locations of that. Did you ever see those? I don't know if they're still around or not. That taco, no exaggeration.
I have.
Was as big as a full-size plate.
I have seen pictures.
And they were absolutely amazing. Over on Broadway, there was one right here on Harry Wurzbach, one over here off of Walsham. And so I used to hit those a couple times a week.
What would that cost, that big taco?
Back then, this was the late 70s, early 80s, so, a couple bucks.
Oh, okay.
Well,
now you probably need, like, credit references.
Oh, yeah.
A co-signer.
Oh, yeah. You'd have to knock off a bank,
Right. Well, it's going to be an interesting week. It is kind of interesting to me how Eric Swalwell and Tony Gonzalez and Katy Perry are now. it's the week, I guess, to clean house on sexual assault, and you got somebody, Ruby Rose, who was alleging that Katy Perry sexually assaulted her.
Gross.
In a really rude way,
Gross.
like 20 years ago. I mean, again, it's all alleged.
Sure.
We can't really say on the air what Katy Perry is alleged to have
well,
done.
I wouldn't say it if we could, but and the same is true. We talk about Eric and we talk about Tony. It's just, those are two drops in the ocean.
Oh yeah.
Of corruption in Washington D.C. So they're going to go, but you have gigantic ocean, a planet full of water that is doing the exact same thing.
Why else would they need the slush fund that we always bring up? Why else would they need such a thing unless it was something that they needed to use on a regular basis?
Well, we've talked about the slush fund a lot, but again, if you're rewarding it, they're going to do more of it.
Oh,
If
sure.
you're taking away the consequence for their actions, they're going to do more of it, and that's what they're doing. Because you and I pay for it.
Well, think about that. We pay for
Correct.
it. We pay. We are going to be. The big story today is the pensions. As far as we know right now, they're retiring. Right, they're leaving. They're still going to get all their payouts.
Well, we're
and
out
all
of
that
time,
stuff.
but yeah, I put a video up this morning about that. In that they still receive their. Well, that's why Tony is calling it retirement. Okay?
Right.
Swalwell does. Paulina Luna's right. His thing is wormy. He said it's my plan to resign Congress.
My plan. Right.
So we shall see. Either way, I think Swalwell's got more legal trouble than he realizes. Maybe he does realize it. I don't know. I don't know if he realizes it or not. I think he's got a lot of legal trouble.
I think he does too, but he's obviously a very arrogant dude if this alleged behavior had been going on for some time. So maybe he doesn't realize just how deep in this he really truly is.
I think he does, and that's one of the reasons he's running. He wants to hide and say, leave me alone. They're not going to leave him alone.
No, it doesn't sound like it.
Well, okay, Chris Crock is in for Jack Riccardi next. We will